Information. I, William Van Truren, do not have any conflicts of interest that may affect my decision. No outcome of the debate will have a significant effect on me, my financial status, my reputation, my social status, my business relations, or my personal relationships. I will act in good faith to ignore any preconceived notions regarding the origins of COVID and make my decision based solely on the evidence and arguments presented during the debate and their effect on the likelihood of the proposed hypotheses. I have no business or other relationships with any of the parties or, to my knowledge, their affiliates.
Thank you.
I also affirm that I don't have any conflicts of interest that may affect my decision. Specifically, no outcome of the debate will have a significant effect on me, my financial status, my reputation, my social status, my business relations, or my personal relationships. I will act in good faith to ignore any preconceived notions regarding the origins of COVID and make my decision based solely on the evidence and arguments presented during the debate and their effect on the likelihood of the proposed hypotheses. I have no business or other relationship with any of the parties or, to my knowledge, their affiliates.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sar, will you please give yourself an introduction and to yourself and Rootclaim?
Okay, remind me, 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm Sar Wilf. I'm the founder of Rootclaim. What we try to do at Rootclaim, we try to build probabilistic models for contentious issues that are of importance to the world. This is a great example. There's a lot of debate on what is the origins of COVID, a lot of claims, a lot of evidence. What we do at Rootclaim is we try to quantify that evidence and integrate it into a probabilistic model that can provide an actual likelihood of each of the hypotheses. We developed very detailed, rigorous methodology that tries to overcome a lot of the human biases. I believe we have a process that is far better than any human inference method. And in order to back that up, we offered a $100,000 challenge to anyone who thinks our conclusions are wrong. And this is the process. The process is that each side should present its evidence in front of 2 agreed judges, and the winner takes home the $100,000. I think this process is going to be very interesting. I think it's something that is will show a methodology that is much better than the current methods that people try to resolve differences. The idea that you have skin in the game, that every side has incentive to win that is very strong, and not just incentive to just say things that match their beliefs. That ensures that people strongly think what's true, they strongly research, they don't make claims that they can't stand behind. In terms of the people, I'm not a scientist, and neither is Peter, but I think when you try to integrate a lot of evidence and get to a good conclusion, then it's not about being a scientist, it's about being able to assess a lot of data, analyze it, integrate it. Both of us have consulted with scientists, and we think that I think this will be able to bring a conclusion that is far more accurate than current processes.
Wonderful, thank you. Peter, will you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Peter Miller. I'm the guy crazy enough to sign up for this challenge. My technical background is in physics and programming. I worked on a Fermilab experiment. I worked on high-temperature superconductors. After that, my career was more in programming. None of that's relevant here. I'm not a virologist. I got interested in virology in 2020 for the same reason everyone else did. I got interested in COVID misinformation mostly the year after that, because it kind of personally affected my family and friends. I had a lot of people that didn't get the COVID vaccines and instead bought ivermectin from internet pharmacies, and I wanted to understand why they were doing that, whether there was any truth to that. I read a lot about that. I started blogging about that. And at the time, I didn't think the lab leak theory was false. I didn't think that was COVID misinformation. I thought that was, maybe 50-50. That's sort of human bias when you hear 2 theories and you're not sure. You just say they're equally likely. Last year, I really started digging into it because the conversation didn't seem resolved. I thought it was eventually just going to resolve one way or the other. And after digging in, I came more like 99% on the zoonotic origin side and thought the lab leak side really fell apart. So I'd like to...
Did you say 99? I thought it was 90%.
On the... Actually just going to resolve one way or the other. And after digging in, I came more like 99% on the zoonotic origin side and thought the lab leak side really fell apart. So I'd like to communicate some of the reasons why I changed my mind, see if I can change the judge's mind, maybe even change Rootclaim's opinion.
Wonderful.
Is the physics dude the guy putting up the 100K? Both of them are betting 100K against each other.
Eric, will you introduce yourself?
Hi, yes. My name is Eric Stancifer. I'm an applied mathematician, and while I did briefly work in a mathematical virology research group, I think that the role of Will and I as judges is less to be, the expert.
Why did he smile when he talked about his family getting dangerous vaccine alternatives? That was a bit odd. It's not odd at all. He's probably laughing at the frustrated retardedness of it. I'd probably do the same thing. Yeah, my mom doesn't believe in the COVID vax. Feels good, man, right? I smile when I say that.
Is grading Peter and Sar whether they got their answers right, but more to act sort of as representatives of an inquisitive.
Imagine how based it would be if this became the norm. The reality is there's not a lot of, there's not any demand for a debate like this that's kind of incredibly data-driven and relatively boring. My guess is this is probably one of the most popular videos in the series, and it's because it's the first video and it has 11,000 views. So.
And skeptical audience that wants to know, Sarah and Peter are going to make all these claims, and someone has to grill them and see if their claims stand up to scrutiny. So I'm very interested to know what is the true origin of COVID. I don't feel like I've seen evidence one way or the other that decides it yet. And I'm hoping by the end of this debate that I see evidence that decides it in only one direction. Remains to be seen. Okay, thank you.
I'm Will Van Turen. I'm an entrepreneur working in pharmaceuticals. I have a background in bacteriology, PhD from Stanford. I'm super excited. The work that both Peter and Sar have put into this is tremendous, and I think they've done a great service to generating knowledge, which is difficult to generate through other more official channels. And I think that this mechanism of kind of an adversarial truth-seeking is tremendous. So excited to be a participant in this debate. I'll introduce quickly again, just going over the rules for the audience, and then we will have Peter to speak for the initial presentation of 90 minutes. So again, both Peter and Sar will speak for 90 minutes, Peter first, then Sar, then we will have rebuttals. The total time of the rebuttals is 45 minutes to each side to be allocated as they see fit and in answering the questions from Eric and I, and then there will be a possibility that Eric and I will extend the debate for up to an additional hour if we have more questions in this session. This session is to be followed by 2 additional sessions with continuing the debate on different aspects. So with that, I yield the floor here to Peter for the first speech. Sorry, you're good.
Oh, already destroyed.
Sorry, so if you could just show the two hypotheses you need to decide between, so there's a good definition of exactly what is the purpose of the debate.
Absolutely. Sorry, is that in the judge contract?
Yeah, yeah, in either that or MOU, whatever you want. Yep.
I don't have that handy. That's the one document I don't have handy if either of you do.
I have it. Do you want me to read it or just send it to you?
Wait, what you talking about?
Yeah, yeah, in either that or MOU, whatever you...
In the judge contract?
Yeah, yeah, in either that or...
I don't have that handy. That's the one document I don't have handy if either of you do.
I have it. Do you want me to read it or just send it to you?
Reading it would be great.
Okay, so the specific question at hand is whether the pandemic more likely began with a natural spillover from wildlife or as a result of gain-of-function research. Natural spillover from wildlife in this context refers to the 2019 outbreak starting due to SARS-CoV-2 passing from an animal to any human without laboratory involvement. Gain-of-function research in this context refers to the 2019 outbreak starting due to a laboratory performing manipulation of a virus, such as genetic modification, insertion of a serine cleavage site, serial passage in cell culture, or serial passage in laboratory in animals, and that manipulated virus infecting any human. Any probability assigned to the hypothesis that lab activities caused the spillover but without manipulation is not counted in favor of either party's hypothesis. Let's go. But without manipulation affecting any human. Any probability assigned to the hypothesis that lab activities caused the spillover but without manipulation is not counted in favor of either party's hypothesis. Let's go.
My turn? Okay. First slide, I want to explain why I'm doing this. SAR originally proposed that we have a debate where we each had scientists helping us, and I actually asked a few zoonotic origin scientists, and they all said this was a bad idea. Scientists think that science should always be peer-reviewed papers, and I agree with them that peer-reviewed papers are actually a better way to solve the truth. Debates are scary. There's a lot of unknowns in terms of how well you'll perform in real time. But the problem is that people don't read those papers, and they do read the news, they listen to podcasts, they hear a lot about the lab leak origin, and they don't really see what the scientists think. So I think there's still a good role for this kind of debate. Before I knew a lot about this issue, I would have loved to see a debate like this. So I guess I'm just going to try and have that debate. I've heard a lot of
Be the change you want to see.
lab leak claims back when I was more interested in believing this theory. They come up with a lot of reasons why you should think that Wuhan's an unlikely place for a pandemic to start. They say it's 1,000 miles away from the closest bats. They say that the pandemic started on the doorstep of China's best virology lab. There's this claim that there were 3 researchers at the Wuhan lab that were infected, and all these claims about genetic engineering. I'm going to rebut all of that. I think Wuhan's a fairly likely place for a pandemic to start. It's not an inevitable place. The 3 sick researchers' evidence seems to be made up. One of the things I'm going to emphasize is that the lab leak theory is not one lab leak theory. It's dozens of different lab leak theories that contradict each other. Some people call it a conspiracy in search of a theory. This is not the first human coronavirus. We've had 9 of them. 5 are endemic now. We're going to be stuck with COVID forever, the way it looks like. We've also had a lot of these coronaviruses that jump from animals into livestock. So for each of these, you have a original host, which is frequently a bat, but it could be a rat or some other species. So for each of these...
Oh, I wonder if these have just a common ancestor or something. This is what they meant by alpha lineage coronaviruses versus beta lineage coronaviruses, I think. It doesn't have to do with like different variants of the same virus. It has to do with, it's referring to a specific set of prior coronaviruses, I believe, right? So I'm guessing, like, is SARS-1 an evolution of OC43? SARS-1 OC43. Maybe? Fuck. Maybe not. Destiny, so am I correct that the last line of the rules would mean if we find the virus hit the Wuhan wet market because the nearby lab was collecting all the infected bats, they could just study but didn't engineer anything, then nobody wins? No, it just sounded like they were saying that that wouldn't count for evidence of the lab leak theory. That actually sounds deferential to the zoonotic origin side. It sounds like what the rules are saying is like, let's say that they went to a wet market and they collected an animal and then brought it back to a lab, but they didn't do gain of function research on it, and then that animal infected somebody. They're saying for the purpose of this debate, they wouldn't count that as lab leak, I believe, is how this works, yeah.
We've also had a lot of these coronaviruses that jump from animals into livestock. So for each of these, you have a original host, which is frequently a bat, but it could be a rat or some other species. You often have an intermediate species. So
I thought it was not supposed to be counted for either side. Oh, maybe they said either side, but that's still good for the zoonotic debater. It just couldn't count as evidence for it, is what they were saying.
in 2003, that was the SARS epidemic. That was a civet, and there were a few other animals like raccoon dogs that were also infected. And then that jumps to a human. We don't always find the intermediate host like in 2003. In 2004, we had this HKU1 coronavirus, and we think the host species is a rat. We don't know what the intermediate species is. Sometimes it's just hard to trace these things. We don't know the intermediate species for SARS-2, COVID. It could be a lab rat or it could be a raccoon dog. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's most useful to compare COVID to the 2003 epidemic. The 2003 one was found in markets that sold civets and raccoon dogs. The first COVID cases were also at a market that sold civets and raccoon dogs. SARS started in November 2002. The first COVID case we found was in December 2019, but the first actual case might have been November. That might be one of our first clues. Human viruses are seasonal in the winter. The bat viruses are also seasonal. And they're highest in September and October. That's because the newborn bats were born like a couple months before that. They have weaker immune systems. It's like sending kids to preschool that spikes disease. It's the same sort of thing happens with bats. And if it was a lab leak, that can happen any month of the year.
Okay.
SARS.
Oh, one of the things, it's funny because people act like there are so many people. I remember the conservatives will deny it now, but they're like, really? It came from a wet market? Oh, what? So somebody went and they ate a raw fucking dog and that's how they got it, right? But it's the ending of this Contagion movie. I think that the way that they demonstrated the origination of the virus was almost exactly that, I think. Or it was literally like was it just bat poop on a lady? Or it might have been bat poop into a wet market. This is a 2011 movie, though. It's kind of funny.
It started in Foshan, the 14th largest city in China. COVID started in Wuhan, the 9th largest city in China. There's this talking point that the bats are 1,000 miles away. That's misleading in a couple ways. SARS started in Guangdong province. That's also 1,000 miles from Yunnan. And SARS was also found on Hubei farms. So we know for sure that these kind of viruses can naturally get to Hubei. We also know there are animals from Yunnan sold at the Wuhan market. There's some bamboo rats from Yunnan.
You know what? I might as well write these down. Fuck it. Hold on. So, in favor of zoonotic is prior transmission of SARS-CoV viruses, or SARS-CoV-like, I should say. Viruses have happened from animals to humans before. Seasonally, it's likely that SARS-CoV-2 came in the winter season, as they often do, due to bat breeding cycles, is what he said, I think.
So the way I could get those from Yunnan found on SARS started that the bats are 1,000 miles. COVID started in Wuhan, the 9th largest city in China. There's this talking point that the bats are 1,000 miles away. That's misleading in a couple ways. SARS started in Guangdong province. That's also 1,000 miles from Yunnan. And
range of bats isn't relevant based on prior cataloged coronaviruses, you're calling, I guess.
SARS was also found on Hubei farms. So we know for sure that these kind of viruses can naturally get to Hubei. We also know there are animals from Yunnan sold at the Wuhan market.
Wait, for the purposes of this debate, have they exchanged sources back and forth yet? Or is this like a surprise? I think it's a surprise debate, kind of, right?
There's some bamboo rats from Yunnan. So the way I could get there is, in a truck full of animals or through the wildlife trade. This is a map of where those bamboo rat farms were compared to 4 of the closest viruses to COVID. And I've also marked this Tenglong Cave as one example, because there are also caves in Hubei province. Those have bats in them. They have farms adjacent to them, like civet farms. Before the pandemic, there were about 600 wildlife farms with over 1 million animals being farmed on them, and some of those were being sold at the Huanan market in Wuhan. So the Yunnan does kind of stand out as the highest density of bats, also northern Laos and Vietnam, but the same bats are found also in Hubei and most of southern China, mostly not in northern China. There's some very low density swath through some mountains. Yunnan's human population is also low, so there's less overlap between bats and humans. We do know that, like I said, that SARS was found near Wuhan. There was, I picked out studies everywhere from 2003 to 2005 that found SARS on Hubei farms. And Hubei also exported civets to Guangdong. So when we've gone back and looked at the genomes from these viruses, it looks like the Hubei civets are closer to the human cases than the Guangdong market civets that we found later. So there's actually a theory that SARS started on Hubei farms and got exported to Guangdong. Will asked me a few questions about this theory over email, so I dug into this a little more. One of the ways you can trace this is through rare mutations. Some of the Guangdong civets have this complete genome in one section that's shared with some of the earliest Guangzhou cases. We can tell the later SARS cases in humans are different because they all have one rare mutation. But some of the early Guangdong cases have this very rare 82 nucleotide deletion, this rare mutation. And when we went and found the first civets in Hubei, they had that same mutation. So there's a good theory there that that virus started on those Hubei farms and then got exported 700 miles south to the town of Zhongshan. There's other theories for how that same mutation could have happened in both. It's hard to prove these things. You can ask how those Hubei civets got sick in the first place. These are generally animals that are taken from the wild and put on a farm. There's a common practice in Hubei where you have some animals on a farm and you go trap another one and you put it on the farm. So you have a new vector for a disease. And then there was a study the next year where they actually looked at wild animals in Hubei, and they found SARS antibodies in several species in the civets, in one kind of badger, and also in this one kind of rat, the Edwards rat. So how did those animals get sick in the first place? Those rats actually had the highest percentage of SARS antibodies, and those rats live in caves shared with bats. When the bats die, the rats eat them. You could have a wild civet that eats one of those rats, then somebody traps a wild civet, puts it on a farm. The Hubei civets are shipped to Guangdong. People in Guangdong get sick. We don't actually know how the SARS pandemic started. We've never found the farm that it's spilled over on. Viruses are really hard to trace, and this is 20 years afterwards. But this is one example of the whole chain of events that could have happened, and for COVID it could be something similar to that. So we don't know the pathway for COVID either. It could be from Hubei bats to Hubei farms. It could have been the Yunnan bats to the Yunnan farms and shipped to the market. Several ways that could happen, naturally. We have looked for bat viruses that are similar, and in both cases we found bat viruses that are like 96% similar, but no closer. Another thing we can do is look for recombinant ancestors, which is where you look for multiple bat viruses and say, if these recombined in nature, how close could that create the ancestor for these viruses? And in both cases, it's almost 99% for SARS and for COVID. We've already talked, it's not extremely unlikely for a pandemic to start in Wuhan.
Do I want to know this? Do I care? How do viruses recombine? How would 2 RNA viruses recombine?
But
I don't care, never mind, don't
to
care.
try to quantify this.
If it comes up later in a paper, I'll look it up.
People make this sound very likely because they say it's on the doorstep of China's best virology lab. The talking point's not really literal. It's across town. There's I think over 10 million people in Wuhan, so just getting between these two places, you're going to pass by a few million people.
Jeez.
If you just naively say, this is, I think, an older figure of about 8.6 million people in Wuhan. It's about 1 in 170 of the people in China. But an outbreak doesn't start randomly. Outbreaks start in big cities because you need density of people for a virus to spread. The odds are, one simulation says it's about 30 times higher for the virus to spread in a city. So it could infect somebody on a farm, but they're not going to get on the subway and pass it to other people over town and then send it international. So that increases your odds. You might need a really big city. Remember, for SARS, it was the 14th largest city. And if it has to be like a top 20 city, then the odds of Wuhan might be 5%. You can see the railway network here. Wuhan's a traffic hub. And I did a bit of research. It's also a hub for the wildlife trade. There's animals and animal products that get shipped through there. There also aren't as many bats in northern China, and the cuisine in northern China is different. So you don't have the same kind of markets in Beijing that you have in Wuhan, and that's the cuisine, and it's also the regulations. Like, they're stricter about regulating the wildlife trade in Beijing or Shanghai. So that might double your odds. I'm actually cropping my slide there. The farming in Hubei, like I said, could be different. We do know that they have this practice where they trap the wild animals and put them together with the farmed animals. I'm not certain if this also happened in other provinces. I might just be cherry picking this one example. But we do know that we found those wild civets that were infected in Hubei, and I don't think we've actually ever found wild civets infected in another province. You also don't expect this to be like a Yunnan villager who's the first person to get sick.
Viruses are very rudimentary, Destiny. They don't care if they live or die, just DNA replicators at the basic level. If they encounter new DNA, they can just integrate it. None of that made sense. Viruses absolutely care if they live or die. That's the foundation to all DNA or RNA replication, is stuff that is more likely to survive, really to replicate and be passed on. Everything that exists in any kind of like genetic or reconfigurable thing wants to have that configuration passed on. It's like the underpinning of all transmission of any type of genomic material, right?
You do find some antibodies in those people, but you found a much higher rate of antibodies in the animal traders. The people who traded civets back during SARS, 70% of them had SARS antibodies. Though, strangely, they rarely got SARS. So part of that might be you get exposed to these animals over and over and you develop some immunity.
They're naturally selected but don't have a necessity for reproduction. How would that? They have to be able to reproduce in some way. Otherwise, you would never get any variation in genetic code, and you would never get any, and they would just die. They would infect one cell and just die. How would you have? I thought you were trying to get the sort of sense. What do you mean by want? As in like the function of a thing, right? Genetic material that can be reconfigurable is like, that has some process to be randomized as well, wants to be, it has to be passed on over and over again, otherwise it just dies out, right? He's baiting you into saying viruses are living. There's a debate on if viruses count as life or not. I don't believe there is a real debate on if viruses count as life or not, because it's not relevant. That's not a relevant question to anything. Whether or not something counts as life is a purely philosophical exploration. It has no bearing on anything else in the real world. It's like a thing you argue about in high school.
They rarely got SARS. So part of that might be you get exposed to these animals over and over and you develop some immunity before you get exposed to the worst disease. So if you're going to pick somebody in China, guess who's the first case? It's probably going to be a wildlife trader.
Probably going to be Yo Mom.
It has to be in a big city for the pandemic to spread. And it's going to be in central or southern China because the markets are different and the bat density is lower and the trade isn't as connected between north and south. So...
Sorry, that was mean. I didn't mean to be mean. I'm sorry. I love you.
Summary of everything I said there. They're very similar. You know, the big difference is we found that intermediate host for SARS. We didn't find it right away. We found it, I think, 6, maybe actually 7 months later by looking at other markets, not the place it originally started. And with COVID... 6 months later, the entire world was on lockdown. China locked down within about 2 months, so you didn't have 6 months to search. There was this limited search at the market. They didn't actually even test any live animals at the market. They killed the animals, as far as we know. They took some samples from some frozen animals and from stray animals. And Hubei farms got shut down in January. Wuhan went into lockdown in January. The rest of China went into lockdown pretty shortly after that. Farms across China were closed in February. They killed tens of millions of animals. Very little testing relative to that. They did test 80,000 animals. A lot of that was later, like during zero COVID times in China, and a lot of that was like livestock and poultry, unrelated animals that don't catch these diseases. So I found one study saying they tested maybe 600 animals from farms related to the market. Also found a study for SARS where scientists went to a Guangdong market that was definitely infected. They tried to trace back which farm supplied that market. They went to, I think, 12 different Chinese provinces, tested all those farms, 1,100 civets, and 0 of those farm civets tested positive. So tracing viruses is hard. I think it's harder than my opponent thinks.
Ooh.
And I think both of these are similar pandemics. I think you can get a natural pandemic in Wuhan. I think the odds are somewhere in maybe the 2% to 10% range that it would be in Wuhan versus another city. And I think we can't rule out a lab leak because we haven't found that intermediate host. Until we find that, we can't ever say with 100% certainty that it's not a lab leak. But I think we can make a probabilistic argument to say the natural origin is much more likely. With the odds of a lab leak, we both agree that the original SARS viruses got studied in labs. It leaked a few times. There's other viruses like smallpox leaked back when that was being studied. These are usually small incidents. It's like one researcher or maybe some contacts. There was this flu pandemic in 1977 that a lot of people find very suspicious, and it's never been proven, but people think it might have been caused by a vaccine trial. So we might have had one research-triggered pandemic in history. It didn't work out exact odds here. We're going to do that more in the third debate, but natural pandemics are much more common. Another key to these old lab leaks is they leak viruses that we know about because we're studying viruses we've seen before. And so you can tell these are lab leaks because the people who are infected are researchers, and even if you didn't know who the person who was infected was, you know it's the SARS virus, and it can't be the exact same SARS virus, same genetic sequence you've seen before, unless it's been frozen in the lab. That was actually the key evidence for 1977 that people find suspicious, because it's very similar to this flu that was found in 1950. It's about 99% similar. So it's not clear how it would mutate so little if it was in nature. I guess it could be frozen in nature, but a lot of people think maybe it was frozen in a lab. COVID is a novel virus. It's not that similar to SARS, about 80%. It's 96% similar to this closest virus held in any lab. You couldn't really turn that closest virus into COVID even if you wanted to. So you need a lab that has a secret virus, and that's part of the odds here. There has been one novel virus detected as a lab accident. That's this virus called Marburg, which was found in Germany. That was I think a large-scale vaccine production. They brought some animals into a lab. It spread to lab employees. So that's possible. You could have this rare case where some virus is brought into a lab. Again, it's much less likely than a natural origin. In this case, we're talking about gain of function, and that's never happened before in history, so it's kind of hard to guess from the prior odds. I'm going to propose we break it down into probability the lab had the secret starting virus. We'll talk about that in the next debate. They made some manipulations to it. I don't think it actually looks that engineered, but that's a big discussion we're going to have. Probability it leaked. There have been a few studies on that. I think
that they kind of went over this in the first paper. This starts to feel like a much stronger argument than I would have even been able to articulate this morning. But it's the idea that you have a novel coronavirus whose sequence is unknown. It's not published anywhere, right? So they have a secret starting virus that nobody has documented, that's not discussed anywhere. And then from that secret starting virus, they do some kind of gain of function research such that they're able to create a novel way to get this virus to bind to human cells. And then from there, a leak event happens. And then from there, that leak event causes a pandemic. There's a lot of, I think some of those underlying events, your Bayesian prior assumption would be very, very, very low, would be my guess.
One I found says it's about 1 in 500 per lab per year, but we can leak to it. I don't think it actually looks that engineered, but that's a big discussion we're going to have. Probability it leaked. There have been a few studies on that. One I found says it's about 1 in 500 per lab per year, but we can argue those odds. If it does leak, it's about 1 in 3 that a COVID epidemic spreads versus goes extinct right away. But they could have multiple leaks, I guess. And then the big one we're going to talk about today is what are the odds that it makes it across town to this market where the first cases were found, and there's a lot of good evidence linking it to that market, and not a lot of evidence of it being elsewhere in Wuhan. And then probably evidence linking it to that about today is what are the odds that it makes it across town to this market where the first cases were found, and there's a lot of good evidence linking it to that market, and not a lot of evidence of it being elsewhere in Wuhan.
That's a really good argument as well. Because I guess if you would imagine that it started in the lab somehow, and that was actually there's a lot of these lab leaks that I'm familiar with some of the better faith arguments, and that's when I wondered, well, what if it leaked in the lab and then the person went to a market and then it leaked in that market, from somebody who got infected into the lab. But it's if it is a 30-minute drive away, if this is a city of 9 or 10 million people, we have a lot of evidence of that virus being in the wet market. We don't have any evidence of it showing up prior to that, cataloged from people between the lab to the wet market. I don't think there's any evidence. I think there's been zero evidence presented of that. That seems pretty unlikely, but.
And then probably a last thing that's hard to quantify is, could they really cover this up?
I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. That seems extremely unlikely. My prior guess to that would be less than 1 or 2% probability, given how infectious this particular virus was.
Wuhan. And then probably a last thing that's hard to quantify is, could they really cover this up if it was this big disaster? And that depends on how many people know about it, quality of the cover-up, the quality of the sleuths that are looking into it. We'll talk about this more at the third debate, I guess. Another question is, what are the odds there would be some lab leak theory at all? One way people phrase this is, what are the odds it would be in the city with the only BSL-4 lab in China? There are actually 2 BSL-4 labs. But the theory has gone on to say that the Wuhan lab, it's a lab leak because they're reckless. They did their research at BSL-2. And if it's just a BSL-2 or BSL-3 lab that you're going to claim, how many of those are there? So this is one of the 10 largest cities in China. At least 7 of those cities have virology labs. And I thought a little bit about counterfactual theories. If this happened in Beijing, you could blame this researcher, Qi Yin. He sampled bats all across China, even from this Mozhong mine that's featured in lots of lab leak theories. The labs in Beijing worked with EcoHealth Alliance. There's a lab in Beijing that inserted foreign cleavage sites into coronaviruses. They were doing that in 2019. If this happened in Guangzhou, you could blame Jinping Chen. He also worked with EcoHealth Alliance. They did the 2019 work on pangolin coronaviruses. I actually found 2 drastic members who'd already made theories implicating the Guangzhou lab because they had sampled so many bat viruses, because they had these pangolin samples. I think this was Yuri Dagan and Monali Rahalkar had both made theories blaming this lab. And also the Guangzhou lab had been to the Mozhong mine. If COVID began in Nanjing, they had just found this virus ZC45, and there was actually a 2020 lab leak theory that said ZC45 was what they used to create SARS-CoV-2. So you could have definitely had that same theory if it started in Nanjing. These might not sound as good as the lab leak theory we have, but I think you would have had something. There's over 100 of these labs across China. This is also not the first lab leak theory in history. HIV had, I think I found 4 different lab leak theories. One said it was spliced together between 2 viruses. One blamed smallpox vaccination.
Is he calling out specific researchers? No, I think he's just saying that one thing that we tend to do that's hard to convince people is that history is like a whole bunch of events happening that are so hard to like, it's just so much different shit happening. But like if you start to see a pattern, it's very easy to convince yourself, wait a second, this is a perfect circle if I connect these events together. Oh my God. And it's like, well, hold on. Even though it looks like these events are perfectly explaining one to the next, and it's like a row of dominoes falling over perfectly. If you were to look at similar type events, you could probably have like 100 of these stories that are all similarly compelling without any smoking gun, right? Because even the lab leak people have to admit that there is no smoking gun. They have to say that, well, China's covering up the evidence, or Fauci is, I guess. And he's just saying, well, here's a whole bunch of other stories where, if this would have happened in Beijing, here's a guy who goes from places all over China to sample hundreds of bats, or here are all these other people that do all the sampling, and people would have just made a theory about them that right now a theory would fit with them, but obviously didn't come from those places. That's all he's arguing here.
This is also not the first lab. One said it was the vaccine. One blamed the oral polio vaccine because that was grown in chimpanzee kidney cells. And actually some of the people that are promoting today's lab leak theories were promoting the HIV lab leak theories back then. Also found lab leak theories for Ebola, for monkeypox, for Omicron. They even found one for Lyme disease. People said it came from the Plum Island Animal Disease Center because they did tick experiments. That was later proven wrong. I didn't find anything for the Spanish flu. I mean, we didn't really know much about viruses in 1918. I did find a theory that blamed aspirin, and another that said it was spread around the world by German submarines, so we kind of have a way of blaming whatever's new. We also have a way of blaming our political opponents in other countries. We think of it as Spanish flu, but in Spain it was the French flu, in Brazil it was the German flu, in Poland it was the Bolshevik disease. Every country nicknamed the virus after some political opponent. In America, COVID's the China virus. In China, it's the American virus. This is a survey I dug up of 1,000...
Wait, what? Do they call it the American virus in China? No shot. Really?
China, they were asked where they thought COVID comes from. 52% says it comes from the United States. 10% said it came from Europe. Only 17% said China. So most of these people believe it's a lab.
Destiny, that goes for both lab leak and animal to human transmission. Well, except we have tons of evidence of animal to human transmission events that happen all the time, right? And this isn't like none of these are smoking gun arguments. All of these are inductive arguments that are building you towards like a probability estimate, since we don't know for sure either way, right?
Laboratory in the United States. So it's just the mirror image of what we think in the US. And you can, if you want to look for suspicious articles, you can find the same things. There's this August article about a US lab being shut down. You can find mysterious disease outbreaks an hour away from that lab. People like these theories because some people like conspiracy theories, some people are xenophobic, but that's not most of us. Most of us just want explanations for tragic events, and it's more appealing to blame a person, Tony Fauci, whoever you don't like, for a pandemic than it is to blame some random accident in the wildlife trade. So it's clear there'd be some of these theories, no matter what the truth was. And none of these panned out for previous viruses. That should give us a prior on this stuff, but it's not proof. We still have to evaluate the evidence to figure out what happened. Before I get into that evidence, I also want to point out, like I said, there's not one lab leak theory. I'm going to lay out a few of the major ones. See if I can load a video here.
This weird new tool.
And you're going to watch a YouTube ad.
No YouTube.
We'll have your classified briefings, but the declassified information now. In September of 2019, 3 things happened in that lab. One is they deleted the sequences. It was highly irregular. So the researchers don't usually like to do that. Second thing they did was they changed the command and control of the lab from the civilian control to the military control. Highly unusual. And I've been involved in dual-use labs when I was in the military. And the third thing they did, which I think is really telling, is they let a contractor redo the ventilation system in that laboratory. So I think clearly there was strong evidence that there was a significant event that happened in that laboratory in September. It's now been declassified. You can read it. I'm sure there's more classified information around it.
Is the audio coming through okay for you guys when I play videos?
We hear it.
Yeah, great. So when I was first studying this, I was trying to build a timeline of, when I want to know where something comes from, I look at where and when, questions like that. And this is Robert Redfield saying there's 3 different reasons why the lab leak happened in September. But then if you look at other headlines, you see this famous one in the Wall Street Journal saying there were 3 sick people in November, 3 sick researchers. And that's not just a time lag. The other people say it started September 12th. It's not going to take 2 months for these healthy young people to end up in the hospital. And I read every government report that's been produced on this, and I found it was just as inconsistent. I read this House GOP report, which said it happened in September, and then was spread around the world in these October Wuhan military games. I read the Senate GOP report, said October or November. I read this Department of Energy report, which actually pointed at a different lab, not the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I read Biden's intelligence report, which said it was a mix, like the CIA and the FBI couldn't agree. And none of these reports actually said anything about these.
Oh, so this is an important, I understand. This is important. Timelines are important. I say that a lot when you're studying history or conspiracy theories or anything, right? If you're going to make the argument that, wait, I'm mind fucking myself. Yes, okay, sorry. September, October, November, December. Okay, just making sure I'm not losing my mind. If that guy's going to make the argument that ventilation stuff was being swapped out because there was a leak that happened and they knew about it, and that leak had happened 2 months prior, how could it possibly be that for 2 months the lab leak had happened, but it was completely kept under wraps and there wasn't a huge spread of the infection, and then 2 months later it somehow escaped the quarantine that was being explicitly covered up by the government? That timeline is really suspicious.
The report said October or November. I read this Department of Energy report, which actually pointed at a different lab, not the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I read Biden's intelligence report, which said it was a mix, like the CIA and the FBI couldn't agree. And none of these reports actually said anything about these sick researchers. I thought that was surprising. That Wall Street Journal article just cites anonymous government sources. And then when you look outside the government reports, it's not any clearer. Some people blame another lab entirely. This is the Wuhan Institute of Biological Products. Some people look at October because they looked at cell phone records, or they said there's some roadblocks outside the lab. There's this Vanity Fair article. They look at November. They've come up with like a secret language of Chinese officials. They found some memo, and they didn't translate it literally, but they think it describes a lab accident. A bunch of people who actually speak Chinese disagreed. Could line up with the 3 sick researchers, but obviously contradicts the September theories. And then ProPublica, they walked back those claims. They got a lot less attention than the original article, and that was after the U.S. intelligence report said there was nothing suspicious about that lab safety training. Again, these theories can't all be true. The September theories just don't make much sense to me because it's such a highly contagious virus. If it started in September, it'd be all over the world by just December.
Yeah.
Also, this database thing probably isn't even true. It looks like maybe this is just an inaccurate monitoring system, and it was probably available after, probably until mid-2020, early 2020. The other thing I noticed when I read through the theory...
What? I wonder, we might read that. House report, origins, COVID-19. Please have Jim Jordan's name on it. I just love that guy. Was he part of this committee? I just hate this guy more than anybody else. Okay, I don't even know who was part of the 500 plus page final report. Oh my God. I don't know if I'll go through this or not. We're definitely not doing it right now, but. This is so cocked. The Chinese government, agencies within the U.S. government, and some members of the international scientific community sought to cover up facts concerning the origins of the pandemic. Operation Warp Speed was a tremendous success and a model to build upon in the future. The vaccines, which are now probably better characterized as therapeutics because they don't want to call mRNA tech as vaccinations, absolutely fucking cucked. This is like sitting in the corner of the longest room imaginable, watching a train of every single BBC on the planet railing every single person in your life you've ever loved. What an unbelievable cucked statement to make here. Undoubtedly saved millions of lives by diminishing likelihood of severe disease and death. Oh my God. Wait, do they even talk about origins here? What is this stupid distinction conservatives make not calling the COVID shots vaccines? Jordan Peterson wheeled this out of my debate. They don't want to call them vaccines because they feel like vaccines are trusted, and they extended the definition of vaccine by causing it, or by including the mRNA stuff, which should just be called therapy. It's fucking stupid. Oh, right here, the unknown origins of COVID-19. Just 4 or 5 pages? This is all fucking retarded, isn't it? Every single, I think all of the most frustrating thing, and I know this just from barely reading them, but we'll dig more into this. All of the, like, whenever you hear, oh, new country has determined that COVID-19 came from a lab, I think in every single one of these cases, they're like circle jerking each other and like intelligent. There's no actual like scientific research. There's no novel argument. But I don't know. We'll dig into that more later. Whatever. Okay. We don't need this. Don't need this. Okay, back to this.
Available after, probably until mid-2020, early 2020. The other thing I noticed when I read through the theories is that the theories don't agree on how the virus was made. Like, there's this, I guess maybe the most common one now is it's a bat virus and they put a furin cleavage site into it, but there was an earlier one that said it was this chimera combining bat and pangolin viruses. One says it was like stitched together entirely from different pieces of RNA. One blames ferrets, one blames mice. One says it was created in cell culture. There's an early one that said it has HIV genes. There's one that says it's a self-spreading vaccine. One says it came from this mine shaft, which is suspicious because the 50% of the miners died from whatever that disease was, so you'd actually need a loss of function research if it's that theory. And then there's the, it came from a US lab theory. On the second day, I can probably prove that some of these methods wouldn't actually work to create COVID, but you can't rule out every possible method. You can rule out like 90% of these. So let's actually get into the data on where COVID started. This is the WHO report, 174 confirmed cases in December 2019. When I used to believe this theory, I would look at things like, this is December 8th, there's this first case, and he's not linked to the market, so how can you say it started at the market if the first case wasn't there? Maybe it was spreading already. And people dug into this over time, and there's actually 2 drastic researchers. I think it was Brian Reed and Francisco that first noticed that that patient actually got sick on December 16th, and that was just a recording error. And then Michael Warby came to the same conclusion later. That guy had some other hospital issue, I think it's a dental emergency, and then he got COVID later. So you excluded him, you find out the actual first known case was at the market. This is Wei Guishan, who's a shrimp vendor at the Huanan market. And we had a little discussion over this on email already, and it sounds like we wanted to dig in a little more on the first few cases. Rootclaim said that the first 2 he said were visitors, so I dug into that claim, and it was actually, one of those 2 visitors was transportation staff at the market, so he works there, he just doesn't have a stall. And the other one is a repeat visitor who buys seafood for a hotel, so he could definitely be infected on a previous visit. Those 2 are not the very first. The very first is Wei Guishan, and then after that, it's 2 more vendors. So, 4 out of the first 5 work there. This is a map from another drastic member.
Sorry, Peter, can you go back to that slide?
Yeah, what's that?
I just wanted to say, is 57F, is that Wei Guishan?
That's her age and her gender for each of these.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask the question when we get to the next slide.
So these could even be connected if you look at their occupations. She sells
Seashells by the seashore. Sorry.
The outsider buys seafood for his hotel, and the guy who doesn't have a stall is transportation staff that might be delivers them between. You don't really need to contact trace these because they're actually cases that we haven't ascertained, because some people get mild COVID cases, and these are more like the first 5 hospitalized cases, the first that got sick enough that we noticed. I dug a little more into the...
Oh, hello. Oh, hi. Are you lonely? Hi, baby.
First known case, and I translated some Chinese videos from her. Some people argued over when exactly she got sick. I think she started knowing she was sick on the 10th, but the bad fever started on the 11th, and that's, I got COVID this summer, and that was exactly my experience. I knew I was sick, and then the next day it was like fever of 104. She lives very close to the market. She might walk to work. That's different than the December 16th case who takes the subway. And she doesn't do really anything outside of work. She doesn't socialize, she doesn't play mahjong. She thinks that she got sick in the bathrooms that she shares with the wild meat sellers at the market. She was treated at this clinic very near the market. I think that's also very near her house. We can tell that she brought COVID to the clinic, not the other way around. By the end of the month, the clinic was shut down because they were all sick.
Yikes.
And then when she got sicker, She went back to work briefly on December 15th because she had to make money still, and she went to another hospital because she was too sick. That hospital remembers patients coming in sometime in that range, December 10th to 16th, and when she was just out of it for a few days in the hospital. When she came around, she was talking to people there who said there were also Huanan cases at Tongji Hospital. I marked the location of these two. So that's the big question here is, was COVID everywhere, or was there some sort of bias that led us to only find it at the market? So, if you pick a random person in Wuhan, there's maybe 1,000 workers at the market and 10 million people. It's like 1 in 10,000 they work at the market. And then if you have 5 that are all there at the market, 4 workers and 1 who's a repeat visitor, that's incredibly unlikely. But maybe there could still be some kind of bias. But it's also the hospitals that are independently finding these cases. So there's the 2 that I mentioned there, and then there's 3 more hospitals that I found that all had early cases from the market, and actually it was often 50% or more of their early cases were from the market. The person that probably first discovered the market connection was this Dr. Zheng Yishan. She had 2 patients with pneumonia on December 27th. That was
Michael Warren B. Paper coronavirus? Wait, what was the name of this? Boro Bay. I fucking butchered this name. Is this the paper? In the journal Cell. That's kind of a badass name. Whoa. Okay, not doing this one. Jesus Christ. This is the top journal in the field too, by the way. Oh, really? Oh, fuck it. We'll throw it in as a source at least. Right. Okay.
man and a woman. They both had suspicious lung scans. She had experienced with SARS 20 years prior, and it made her think it looked like SARS, so she ordered a lung scan for their son. He wasn't ill, but he had the same abnormal scan. So she discovered human-to-human transmission. I think China denied it for over a month after that. The government denied it, but it was known very early on. The family actually had no link to the market, though. And she didn't notice them because they were from the market. She just noticed them.
Is this just a case study looking at this, or is this is this actually trying to answer the question of lab leak or not? Common ancestors of SARS-CoV-2 linked to Hunan market matches the global common ancestor. Wildlife mitochondrial DNA identified in samples from stalls positive for SARS-CoV-2. DNA from raccoon, dogs, civets is what they're called, and other wildlife species detected in market samples, and then genotypes of potential hosts were reconstructed for retracing animal geographic origins. Zoonotic spillovers. I'll just read the summary of this, sorry. I might just be retarded, but the best argument in favor of lab leak, in my opinion, is the fact that CCP has been known to control information and cover up facts about its own mistakes in the past. Well, I mean, that's not evidence of anything. That's just a... Isn't that strange? That's just an isn't that strange argument. Okay, just the summary of this. Zoonotic spillovers of viruses have occurred through the animal trade world life. The start of the COVID-19 pandemic was traced epidemiologically to the Huanan seafood wholesale market. Here, we analyze environmental qPCR and sequencing data. PCR is a way you test for something. What does it stand for again? Polymerase chain reaction. These are the tests they would give. How do you pronounce this shit?
Science.
And the way we were able to do that is that we used polymerase chain reaction,
Bro, what? How fast are you speaking?
PCR, and restriction enzymes in order.
Fuck you.
DNA polymerase builds a new strand.
Polymerase.
Be that the virus's polymerase just was
Polymerase.
polymerase.
Polymerase. Okay. Quantitative polymerase. Chain reaction testing. Okay. And sequencing, or quantitative. Did I say qualitative or quantitative? Quantitative. Okay. And sequencing data collected in the Wuhan market in early 2020, we demonstrate that market-linked severe SARS-CoV-2 genetic diversity is consistent with market emergence and find increased SARS-CoV-2 positivity near and within a wildlife stall. We identify wildlife DNA in all SARS-CoV-2 positive samples from the stall, including species such as civets, bamboo rats, and raccoon dogs, previously identified as possible intermediate hosts. We also detect animal viruses that affect raccoon dogs, civets, and bamboo rats, combining metagenomic and phylogenetic approaches. Okay. We recover genotypes of market animals and compare them with those from farms in other markets. This analysis provides the genetic basis for a short list of potential intermediate hosts of SARS-CoV-2 to prioritize for serological and viral sampling. Jesus. Okay.
Because of the symptoms. Over the next 2 days, she had 4 more COVID patients, and all of those were linked to the market. So she talked to her colleagues at 2 other hospitals, and both of those had Wuhan-linked patients. Over at Wuhan Central, 4 out of the 7 were market-linked. After they talked, the link was known, so that's about December 29th, and that alert went out after that. And before that date, it's greater than 50% with a link. And then it was later discovered that the 2 first patients that she had lived 2 kilometers from the market. And it's the same story at other hospitals. Even this is Jiangnan Hospital over right next to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They didn't find these before that cutoff, but they just ordered a search for all of their pneumonia cases with an unknown cause as soon as that alert went out. And they found 2 cases, and those just both happened to be market-linked. One worked, and the other had visited.
Damn, do you think this guy's like, oh, fuck, I fucked up. Oh, shit. Or do you think his 90 minutes are going to be fucking Kino?
Had friends who worked in the market. You can also look at the first lab that got samples. 3 out of 5 of their first samples came from market-linked cases, including the earliest one. All those were hospitalized before December 29th. That makes perfect sense if it started at the market. It's extremely unlikely that all these separate places would find 50% market-linked if this was actually all over Wuhan. We don't have full ascertainment of these market cases. Wei Guizhou is just the first known case. She's not patient 0. It's the more deadly a disease is, the easier it is to contact trace. So MERS is 30% lethal, and that's pretty easy to contact trace.
Jesus.
SARS is actually a little bit hard at 10%.
Jeez.
And COVID's less than 1% lethal. So when you get COVID,
wait, when was SARS was 10%? Must be like mainly older people, right?
you don't always know how you got it. Some people are asymptomatic, some people have a mild case. You can make genetic models based on the diversity of the early cases, and those say when she got sick, there might be 25 cases, about 50% odds. It's probably less than 100 cases at that time. I'd say it's a good odds that the first patient is actually a wildlife trader at the market. They might have a milder case because they've had 10, 20 years of selling these animals and exposure to similar viruses. They might just have a mild case for random reasons. I mean, most people do. And they might also lie about their illness to avoid punishment. It could be an adjacent vendor. It's probably not a customer because then that wouldn't keep spreading in the market. You could easily have solved this puzzle. If China had tested everybody at the market for antibodies, they could say which wildlife traders had antibodies. Either they never did that or they never shared that data. And they could have also just asked detailed interviews of these people, and I could have solved it too. But we've never heard of those interviews. I'd also point out that with SARS, the first 7 patients, so these are the index cases for 7 different towns that SARS went to. And of these, I found only one of them had known contact with civets. One is a market vendor, that's patient 7. She's not a trader at the market, though. She's just similar to Wei Guizhou. She didn't sell the animals, but she worked at the market. 2 of these are restaurant chefs. One of the restaurant chefs had direct contact with a civet.
Oh, shit! like in the movie?
The very first one, he's listed as animal contact, but I looked it up, and his animal contact is he cooked chicken, and I think he cooked domestic cat, but he didn't cook civet. He wasn't like a civet farmer or anything like that. So it's hard to trace these viruses back. First cases are at the market. This was, I guess I should talk about the history here. Michael Warby was not originally sold on the natural origin theory. He was open to lab leak back in 2021. He signed this letter with a bunch of other scientists who wanted a better investigation because he thought the WHO report wasn't good enough. And the first papers he wrote in 2021 were like the stuff I just told you about, looking at the early cases before there was ascertainment bias. How were the first cases found? And after he convinced himself that it wasn't ascertainment bias, he went on to looking at the pattern of the cases in Wuhan in December and discovered that these are abnormally well clustered on the Wuhan market. It's not just these orange dots are people that work there, but the blue dots are the ones we don't know how they're connected, and yet they're still geographically connected. And this is a kernel density estimate, it's just one way of averaging the data, making a heat map, and the highest probability contour is just perfectly centered on the market for these unlinked cases. So that could support the idea that this is community spread out the door of the market and from person to person. You can also look at how the cases spread over time.
Can I interrupt, Peter?
Uh-oh.
On the previous slide where you're showing these density contours, if I understand correctly, this 1% contour is supposed to contain about 1% of known cases after you do this kernel density averaging?
The kernel density is, there's some parameters in this model. It's like you put a Gaussian bell curve on each point, and then you can play with the bandwidth there. So if you had a really low bandwidth, it would just be this point cloud. And if you had a really high bandwidth, it sort of averages the locations. And I think they used a bandwidth of 3 kilometers there to come up with their centering technique. There's some arbitrariness there. I've recreated this code. If you want to see it with like different bandwidths, you could ask me after the debate and I could show comparison there.
Damn.
Okay,
I think if this,
He knows his shit.
What I was going to ask is, if in December 2019 there were on the order of 200 cases, then a 1% contour, doesn't that make it sound like there's just 2 cases at the market? I'm not sure how to.
I think that's more like a probability estimate of most likely origin. It's not a.
Okay.
It's not a percentage of cases. I'd have to produce some raw heat maps for you to explain this better. I don't have the slide for that, but we can get into that. The spread is these are terribly low resolution maps from the WHO report, but there's still high enough resolution to see that the initial cluster is near the market and it grows and spreads away from the market over time. And this technique has been used for other diseases, though not usually respiratory diseases. This is 1854 cholera outbreak, and they traced it back to a water pump based on finding sort of the center point of the cases.
Damn.
There are also 2 early strains of COVID. The earliest lineage B case is at the market. That's who we talked about, Wei Guizhan. And the earliest lineage A case came later. That was the one that lived 2 kilometers away that we already talked about. And the odds of them being that close, if you just make a model saying that it's equally spread all over town, the odds are, it's p equals 0.034, that they'd be that close of all these other great odds of possible locations. And then we only have 2 lineage A cases in December, and they're both similarly close. So the odds, if you pick them at random, they both.
When you're looking at lineage, are there parts of where's the 2 guys? Oh, Wang, same contention. When they talk about lineage, is there like junk portions of the nucleotide strain? Are there junk portions of RNA that can just change randomly? And then you can since there's no selection for it, you can like tell lineages based on like similarities of like random sequences of RNA that can change or whatever. And it's like, oh, this came from this came from that. They're not like functional changes, but is that what that means? How you can tell like lineage A from B, or like just different sections of nucleotides that are matching? How much of the WHO report was done on the ground? I don't know. I haven't read it. This fucking guy. Unbelievable.
Be that close are 0.001. One of these was sampled before there was any known ascertainment bias back in December 27th.
Assuming lab leak is true, couldn't whoever intentionally, unintentionally responsible for the lab spread it to the market? Wouldn't a spread originating from the market still make sense? That would be a type of lab leak theory that you could have, but that's an exceptional theory. I don't think most people even believe that. But Yes, you can compare different sections, but it's more complicated. The parts that aren't functional can just undergo random changes, but the non-junk parts don't change as often. You use both to get a lineage. You weigh them differently. Okay.
And you can trace back every case in the world back to these two strains. So it seems like the market's origin of the pandemic, it seems like a good theory, but let's try a few other theories here. Let's say it's the first super spreading event. This is cases in the market over time. We talked about 5 of these already. I've only marked 3 of them here. And then a week later, it spread more widely in the market.
I'm pretty sure you look at both. The functional regions are going to be largely conserved, but there will still be point mutations over time, while the non-functional regions will just mutate randomly. Strictly looking at the functional regions, you get an idea about who is closer in lineage as they will align better. Okay.
A week later, it spread even more widely on the west side, and it's also made it across the street to the east side of the market. And a few days later, it spread a little more. You can't go a full week because the market gets closed by then. So is what I'm trying to convey here is when you say super spreading event, that's usually like you go to an event and you get 50 people sick. You know, one person spreads it to everyone. But what's happening here doesn't look like super spreading. What happens here is like a slow burn through the market of person-to-person transmission. So super spreading is definitely the wrong place. You could call it the first cluster, maybe, but for super spreaders, not the right term. Is it a likely place for an outbreak to happen? Some of the lab leak people say it's in the top 5. Warby's group looked up data on this, and they found this is just comparing to other markets and shopping malls. It's way down the list even there. There are about 1,700 places in Wuhan to see higher traffic. If you weight this by traffic, it's again like a 1 in 10,000 coincidence that it would be there. There's only 4 wet markets in Wuhan selling these wild animals. There are about 20 shops in those markets. The Wuhan market has more of the shops than any other market, so that makes it the most likely place in Wuhan for a natural virus to emerge, but unlikely as a super spreading location. Was the case search bias? We already talked about this as a common objection. And it's kind of funny in a historical sense because that was what Warby spent 2021 looking at. But once he got to his second paper, everyone objected that it was bias. We already talked about this as a common objection. And it's kind of funny in the shops than any other market. So that makes it the most likely place in Wuhan for a natural virus to emerge, but unlikely as a super spreading location. Was the case search bias? We already talked about this as a common objection. And it's kind of funny in a historical sense because that was what Warby spent 2021 looking at. But once he got to his second paper, everyone objected that it was still a biased issue. So the data I already talked about, these early cases are heavily linked to the market. There's probably a period after that where there is some bias towards the market because we have that connection. And then up until January 18th, there's this criterion for looking for market connection in the retrospective search. Looking for market connection when you're diagnosing a new case. But then after January 18th, they removed that criterion. And most of these 174 are found, after January 22nd. So the retrospective search should not be biased in that way, or for that specific reason that's stated. It's not the January 18th criterion thing. Another way to think about it is just kind of common sense. If you think the search was biased to only find market-linked cases, it's weird that it finds 2/3 are not market-linked. And it's also, if you think it was somehow, I don't know what the mechanism would be where it would just pick cases that are close to the market naturally, because this is like hospital records. They're not going door to door looking for cases. But even if you imagine there's some mechanism for why it picks them close to the market, this same search is finding these blue dots, unconnected cases, even outside of Wuhan, elsewhere in Hubei, and far, far away from the market. So I want a theory for why you think it's biased that incorporates those facts. You can look for other examples, like the first cases were at the market. Also, when you look for early clusters, these early clusters start with somebody exposed to the market and then infecting people outside rather than the other way around.
Sorry to interrupt. Can we go back 2 slides to the map? Yeah. Perfect.
What?
So I know that this is an important point of contention. I think this will continue to be this. So those clusters that lie far outside of the market, what were the diagnostic criteria for whatever, let's say that northern point? Is that pneumonia of unknown etiology? Is that something with an antibody? They've got an antibody to COVID. Like, what are the criteria shown in this map?
They're not antibody tests for sure. These are going to be hospital records. It would be pneumonia of unknown etiology. Yeah, they go through. Sorry, go on.
No, so if there were to be cases not recognized here, what would be the quality of those cases? Those would be things that would be at hospitals outside where there wasn't a pneumonia of unknown etiology but doesn't get linked. Like, I'm just trying to understand how much faith I should place in this map in belief that this truly represents all of the cases, or what's the probability that there are cases that are missing? And
well, it's definitely not all the cases because these are hospitalized cases. So
sure.
It could be 20 times this many cases, but there shouldn't be a reason why the hospitalized cases are clustered differently than all the cases. I mean, there's subtle things like places where older people live are going to have a higher ratio of hospitalized cases. And we can, when we get to the arguments phase, I have some maps of where the elderly population density is, and we can look at those to see if that's a confounding factor. Warby's 2022 paper looked at data like that before making that conclusion.
Were there any, in this context, were there any studies that you found of retrospective kind of microbiological sample analysis from surrounding hospitals that went back to that time period? So say significantly away from the market, where they look back and they took, any samples that were saved as part of normal procedure and tested them. Anything like that?
Yeah, I do have a few slides for that actually. We'll get to those in a minute. We have a few other data sources to look at if you think the WHO report is biased. This is the Weibo data, which is it's like I think it's a Chinese version of Twitter, or it's some social media app, but they also had other features, and they made a feature where you could report you were sick with COVID and ask for help, something like that. And that was actually February data, but people could enter a retrospective date into it. It's not really great for diagnosing the origin because there's only maybe 3 December cases, maybe not even 3. And this is more something to compare against compared to the original. This more represents where the population in Wuhan is, because this is January and February and it's spread all over town by now. So you can center it, and it's still centered on the north side of the river near the market, but also that could be the origin, and it could also be more of a population density effect. We also have seroprevalence data, which should be an unbiased way to look at it because you're just sampling random people around town after the pandemic's rolled through. And we can look at the districts that had the highest seroprevalence, and those are the 3 districts that are containing the market or adjacent to the market have the highest. It's not like by the lab on the south side of town. Another study confirms that. We also have the excess mortality data from the lab. This is pneumonia mortality, and if you look at where people died of pneumonia, that went up on the north side of the river, district surrounding the market, before it went up on the south side or the rest of the town. Let's skip this for now. We'll talk about reasons why China's lying. Could something else nearby be the origin is an interesting question, because like Eric said, you've got this kernel density estimate. It's not an exact method for proving where it came from. It's just one of many clues that if all we had was that heat map, I don't know if we could blame the market, but we have that heat map, and we also have the first 5 cases were there. You're already looking at the market for a number of reasons, and so it's a likely place because of the wildlife that's sold there. There's this railway station there. There's the hospital. There's the Wuhan CDC. A lot of people have blamed the Wuhan CDC. This is a different lab from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. There is a researcher there, Dr. Tian, who had a history of working with bats. We don't know how many live animals were there in December. It's possibly 0. It's certainly lower than the number of animals at the market. No one's doing gain-of-function research there.
Or so they say.
Eddie Holmes, who asked his Chinese colleagues recently, he thinks that this Dr. Tian was tested multiple times and PCR negative and antibody negative for COVID. No long-term storage of bat samples at the lab, and his colleagues said they had a meeting at that lab December 7th to 8th, and nobody there was talking anything about COVID or COVID-like cases. Dr. Tian went around Hubei sampling animals to look for COVID when the pandemic started. He found some bats that had a virus that was 80 to 90% similar to COVID, not close to the ancestor, but in the same ballpark. He wasn't, as far as I know, he wasn't allowed to sample in Enshi. I got that information from Michael Standard, who's heard from Dr. Tian or Dr. Tian's colleagues. He did test wild raccoon dogs, sort of near Wuhan. He tested 15 of them.
Is 90-minute opening normal in debates? Probably not normal, but this is an extensive debate that's covering a lot of pretty in-depth subject material, or subject matter, and it's for $100,000. So I imagine these people want to make sure they have adequate time to get all their points out.
They were all COVID negative. A lot of people point to that to say that there's no infected raccoon dogs in China. I think it's too small of a sample set, and also it might be the wrong direction. You might need to look west instead of east. It's also weird to quote his research if you also think he started the pandemic. This isn't 100% impossible that's the origin, but it's much, much less likely than the market origin, in my mind. I think this is more like a bait-and-switch tactic in these internet debates. So I found a 2020 video where they...
Did you go through such a high-stakes debate? It would all come down to actually the similar thing that he's worried about. It would come down to, like, trusting whether or not you could find impartial judges. Like, I would do a debate like this, I think, related to January 6th, but you'd have to find impartial judges.
Spend 10 minutes talking about the Wuhan lab and all the research they're doing, and half that time they're talking about the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and then when they show the location, they show the location for the Wuhan CDC, and they just bait and switch there without telling you that they've changed labs. And sometimes it's more of a rhetorical bait and switch. This is a strategy for internet arguments where you make some bold claim, but then when people challenge you, you back off to some less controversial, more defensible claim. So here it's like you talk about gain-of-function research, you talk about these foreign cleavage sites, you talk about Fauci being in on the conspiracy, Peter Daszak, and if somebody says, hey, it's not found anywhere near this lab, you say, well, the Wuhan CDC was near the market, maybe it's that. But what's key to these arguments is as soon as somebody stops challenging you, you go back to talking about gain-of-function research. You haven't changed your theory to say, oh, it's actually the Wuhan CDC. And if you can blame the Wuhan CDC, I looked how many BSL-2 and BSL-3 labs are in Wuhan. This is a map from Drastic. They show 9 to 11 locations that could be suspicious. They also draw lines across the maps, like they say the subway line connects the Wuhan Institute of Virology with the market. If you can draw 6 different subway lines and all these labs, it's pretty easy to connect any origin with some lab. There's another theory I found where they found this early case. I think this is that December 8th, but not actually December 8th case. And so for a while they said this was proof of a lab origin because he was close to one of the 2 campuses. The south locate. So there are 2 Wuhan Institutes of Virology. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. There's a southern one, which is the BSL-4 lab, and there's a northern one, which is the BSL-3 lab. And the theories can pick between those 2 locations and swap whenever they want. So for a while, that case was near that southern lab, and they found a bus route that connects them. It's 100 different bus lines, a bunch of different labs. I think if you can blame the Wuhan CDC, you can kind of make a theory for anywhere in Wuhan. If I did have to say it didn't start at the market, I think there's still more likely things. Like you have this
My left hand to watch you debate Scott Jennings into tears. Who's that again? I feel like I've heard the name before.
train station in the neighborhood. I did some research on volume of passengers, and it's almost 2 million people per month going through that train station. And offer service to southern cities like Guangzhou, where if you think there's more viruses there, that could be connected. And you only have a few dozen people working on viruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology compared to these 2 million travelers.
Oh, the CNN mega return true.
So I would rank other scenarios. I really think it's infected animals at the market. That's what I'm arguing in this debate. But you could also have an animal trader at the market who got infected wherever farms he's coming from, whatever, then brings the virus to the market. You could also comes into Wuhan via train. I still think that's more likely than a lab origin if you work it out. You also have this frozen food theory. This is popular in China. They think this is number one, or maybe it's number two after a U.S. lab leak. I don't really know how to place the odds for this. It could even be higher than a lab leak because we do have one case where this happened in China, which is the Xinfang.
Quick question out of all the things, why is where the virus came from this important to know about? There's like a lot more lies floating around that are far more consequential. Why cover this, especially considering how out of date it is? Where the virus came from seems like trivia. Where the consequence of this lie being propagated? Well, there are a lot of public health implications for where the virus came from that could influence how we approach public health, right? So, for instance, say it was possible ahead of time to prevent this crossover event from happening by sequencing animal DNA or like testing people in different markets, where these transmissions are happening, but the virus isn't like super transmissible or deadly yet because it originated in some natural way. You might change the way that you do, sorry, that was a word salad, to basically say you might change the way that you do testing in large population centers to get ahead of viruses like this, right? That could be a public health implication. Another thing is, let's say that this did leak from a lab. Maybe there is an inadequate policy or procedure that they need to change, or that's not followed well enough, they need to enforce it more. Or if it was created, intentionally by some state enemy, then there probably need to be consequences of that, and you need to be able to protect yourself better from, these types of weaponized viral things. Like there are a lot of implications for the origination of this. Second order removed from that, these lab leak versus natural origin conspiracy theories are very fertile breeding ground for a billion different conspiratorial beliefs that are utter nonsense. The Fauci stuff, the gain of functions just to create super weapons to kill people shit, everything related to the WHO, intentionally hiding evidence and all this shit, which I guess theoretically some of those things could have still happened, but it would be good to know this in depth. After this, we're doing the Amber Heard trial, so get fucked.
Fatty market in Beijing, and I think maybe there was a few other smaller cases where an outbreak started from. This was when China was doing zero COVID. They got the virus imported back into China on frozen food from other countries, and that caused new COVID outbreaks. So we know for sure this can happen. We don't know for sure that a lab leak gain-of-function accident can happen. That's speculation. Why I don't really like this for that initial COVID is it makes sense that it can get on lots of packaging and frozen goods when the virus is all over the world, but it doesn't make a lot of sense when the virus is only in a few animals, not widespread. That seems unlikely to me that it would get to the market that way. And then you've got the American. If you can blame the Chinese labs without proof, I think it's fair to blame the American labs without proof. And I think we can rule out that it came from outer space, but that didn't stop somebody from writing a paper saying that. I actually looked up that same person wrote a paper in 2003 that's saying that SARS came from outer space. So that's just their thing. Kind of like the people that like to blame HIV and COVID on lab leaks 20 years apart.
What is the Fauci stuff? I don't know. Something that Fauci had some secret investment in the Wuhan Institute of Virology for billions of dollars and got rich creating this virus.
There were searches for earlier cases in a lot of ways. This is a lot of text. I'm going to probably skip the exact reasons. If you read some earlier reports, there were cases on December 1st, 2nd, and 7th. This is back in 2020, when I believe this stuff. Again, it's like if you have several cases before the market, even like a week before the market, how do you know it's the market? And the WHO report said they did investigate these people and came up with reasons each time why it was misrecording or like it was pneumonia that responded to antibiotics or no COVID antibodies tested later. They did do a search across hospitals all across Wuhan, 80,000 hospital records. They found 92 that sounded like COVID symptoms, but there was no trend over time. Like COVID's an exponential growth disease, but you have one case, 4 cases, back down. That doesn't look like a growing epidemic. Also, none of these patients from clusters. There was no geographic trend among these. And when they did the WHO report, they tracked down the people that were still alive or just accessible, found 67 of them. They were all antibody negative. You could, your antibodies don't last forever, and this is over a year after, so that's not 100% proof, but these probably aren't COVID cases. There are also a couple media articles I dug up There was this famous article that said there was a November 17th case and 9 cases in November. One clue there is it said there's 266 cases overall, and that's the same number of cases in the WHO report, if you include both the confirmed ones and the 92 that they just found with this retrospective search. So it might actually be a valid leak of a government source. It's just more like they were still vetting these early cases, and they ruled out the November ones for the same reasons they ruled out like the December 1st case. I also found this tabloid article about a British guy living in Wuhan who says he got sick on November 25th. I don't really believe most of the things I read in the Daily Mail. His COVID symptoms don't exactly sound like COVID to me. It's like he had a cold for a week and then he got better and then suddenly it became COVID, and he said he has a cat that also got COVID and his cat died from COVID.
No.
He does say that he shopped at the seafood market and he thinks he caught the virus there. So could just be a tabloid story, or it could actually show that the virus was at the market, weeks before we know about. Found another, I think it's also a Daily Mail article that's describing 2 November cases. It has a screenshot from Chinese data, which the date of onset is listed as November, and then the diagnosis time is listed as January. If you just change the date of onset to January, this data makes sense. Saying that they were sick for 2 months straight before being diagnosed makes a lot less sense to me. I think that's probably just a typo. And then the professor who gave the data, before the article went to press, he said, oh, this was a mistake, I didn't, he'd entered the data wrong with the 2 cases. But people go back and say this is, concrete proof that they're hiding these 2. There was this search across Wuhan hospital records looking for trends of, this ARI is...
Bro, Mamdani has a bunch of shit fucking socialist whatever policies, okay? That's cringe. Attack him on that if you want to, okay? Shit like this is fucking retarded. The New York Times just reported on the story. Using the hacked data from Colombia, we found that Zohran Mamdani claimed to be black when he applied to Colombia. Who the fuck cares? Listen, he's trying to get into school. Bro, I walked in with a fucking sombrero when I applied for my fucking FAFSA shit, and when I was trying to get into school and see what I could qualify for, I'm pretty sure I had a $1,000 Hispanic scholarship or some bullshit, okay? Because there's a whole bunch of shit you could apply for from state funding. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever you have to do to get into college, hey, bro, if your race is that fucking important that they're gonna ask you the question, you can put whatever the fuck you want and still get accepted, then fuck it. Put whatever you want. Hell yeah. Fucking A. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Who cares what you wrote here? Cringe. No one gives a fuck.
Acute respiratory infection, ILI is influenza-like illness. There's no pneumonia, and there's no uptick in any of these until maybe like December 8th. It's still in the normal channel range up until December 1st. You're maybe starting to see something later in December. You can also look at excess deaths in Wuhan. There's no spike until January. You can look for excess deaths in Hubei. There's really no spike at all. Actually, those go down, which is kind of a common feature around the world. When you lock down a city that doesn't have COVID, you get like less traffic deaths, things like that. This should... It's still in the normal... No. This ARI is acute respiratory infection, ILI is influenza-like illness. There's no pneumonia, and there's no uptick in any of these until maybe like December 8th. It's still in the normal channel range up until December 1st. You're maybe starting to see something later in December. You can also look at excess deaths in Wuhan. There's no spike until January.
This isn't really against...
You can look for excess deaths in Hubei. There's really no spike at all. Actually, those go down, which is kind of a common feature around the world. When you lock down a city that doesn't have COVID, you get like less traffic deaths, things like that. This should answer your question earlier, Will. They tested stored influenza-like illness samples from both Wuhan and Hubei. What is this? So this goes October through December, and non-Wuhan, it's a few thousand samples. And it's 6,400 samples in Hubei, and then 600 samples in Wuhan. And none of these samples are positive at all in 2019, but you are starting to pick up some positive samples in 2020. And they also did a study on saved throat swabs from sick people from October through January. There were no positive tests they found in 2019, but they did find a few positive samples in January 2020. And when you map out those positive samples, again, it's this cluster on the market plus one found elsewhere. They also tested blood banks in Wuhan from September through December, and none of them had COVID antibodies. The first COVID positive antibodies was January 5th, 2020. They also looked at large-scale events. They just talked to the medical records, medical teams for each of these things, like the World Military Games. And they found things like military games, there's people coming from all around the world, so you had some malaria, some gastrointestinal illnesses, but none of these events reported pneumonia. And you can also look at Baidu data for what people are searching for. Like, you can track COVID around the world by looking at, I can't smell is one of the things people type into COVID. There's also a thing where, like, people were reviewing candles and saying that the candles got, like, 1-star reviews because they didn't smell at all. And you can track COVID waves from signals like that. So this is one source I found, which just looked at cough searches, and you don't really have any signal before December. Are there any other questions about the case search, Will or Eric? No? Okay. So you can also track down where a pandemic started with genetics. So you can build a minimum spanning tree, I think this is called. And so that should be an unbiased way to figure out who the index cases are, because you're not just building this. You're not putting these people at the cluster because they started at the market. You're coming up with what's the tree that has the least mutations that connect all these cases together. And if you build that tree, these are color-coded by date, so the blue ones are the earliest, and one of the clusters is the market outbreak, and the other cluster is lineage A.
You plan to read the whole WHO report? Maybe? I don't know, depends how long it is.
WHO team was confused at first because there's this earliest case, and he's one mutation off of the cluster there, and if he's first, how do you know that that's actually the root? But we found out both that he's not the earliest case, and that the WHO report had misidentified him, and he's actually lineage B with no mutations. So that was also something that, I think that was Francisco from Drastic that figured that out. And the other thing we found out is that most of these intermediate cases are almost certainly not intermediate cases. These are sequencing errors. They share mutations with other cases. There's a few other signals there. We'll probably talk about that at the second debate, I think, whether or not that's true.
Okay.
A more modern version looks like this, where we filtered out the intermediates, and we've tagged who are the early cases. So, this lineage B is rooted on the market, for sure. And this lineage A is rooted on one of the cases that was right near the market, and also there's a sample from the market that's really close to the root, and there's this person that was found by Zhang Xishan, who lived very near the market. That's one mutation away from the root. So the market's the center of the pandemic, not just geographically from these case searches, but also genetically. And to be clear, we're building these trees not just from, this one's built from, I think, every COVID sample in the world up to February 15th is the cutoff I used. So if you had other cases that were not detected in Wuhan, and there's more genetic diversity that was missed there, you should still see that genetic diversity when it spreads into the world. Here's a graph of diversity with respect to time. At first, it's just one virus, two viruses, this is the theory. We think it's spilled over twice, and those are almost the same. But as it gets out into the world, it mutates, it gains more diversity. And you can even just fit a regression line to that and figure out where it started, or when it started, from when it had no diversity. And that gives you early December. And if the Wuhan cases were, I think these are all color-coded yellow here, if they were undersampled somehow, if China was missing lots of them, when it got into the world, you should see a big jump in diversity because you'd see what was missed by the sampling. But that's not what happens. It's the same kind of trend line. If you do more careful math on that, rather than just fitting the trend line, you get about the same answer. This is one from the WHO report that said most recent common ancestor was December 11th. And you can fiddle with that. You can make it a week later, a week earlier, whatever, if you change some parameters on how fast the virus mutates. It's not a perfectly accurate method, but it can still rule out things like that September origin. You can also, like I said, there's no jump in diversity as it goes around the world. So you can do that calculation based on only the samples found at the market, or only the cases in Wuhan, or all the cases in the world. And they give you a pretty close range of the same most recent common ancestor. Most recent common ancestor here would be like this large blue dot. When the pandemic first starts, it doesn't necessarily start this rapid spread. It could have sort of a stuttering transmission for a small amount of time first, where it's going one patient to another, but you can't have that for very long. Either it's going to go extinct, or it's going to just spread everywhere exponentially. So the actual first case can be a little bit before the most recent common ancestor, and you have to build some kind of model for that. This was Picard in 2021. So again, this is like Warby's thought process of he's not sure about the lab leak at first, so he tries to figure out is it biased, but he also, there's these other papers, like the Picard 2021, where they're just trying to do science on how many cases could there have even been, how much earlier could it have been if it's not the market. And their model then was saying it's probably most likely the end of November. This is like a graph of probability of a different origin. So you can still support early November or even maybe the very end of October with a very low probability, but you have a very high probability on it being end of November. You can do the same trend line thing separately for the two lineages. It kind of gives you an idea that B started a little bit before A, because B has more diversity than A. And you can, in 2022, Jonathan Picard did this model of, based on the amount of genetic diversity, how many cases could you have had in December or November? And he's saying probably less than 2 hospitalizations by December 1st, most likely 0 hospitalizations by December 1st. So you can really confirm the case search and the genetic search say about the same thing. You can confirm that these lineages are different times. It's about a week or maybe 5 days between the two, so it's close, but B looks like it started earlier. And there's no case search evidence for November cases, and we can also rule them out as very unlikely from the viral diversity. And the September origin theory should just be completely gone based on this.
Got it.
And the market is the center of the pandemic from both of these methods of looking, genetics and geographics. We also have the testing data within the market, which is these environmental samples. They took 900 of them. They took animal samples, but those started 3 weeks after the market was closed. And we
I'm so curious what this other dude's opening statement is. Whew!
think that none of those were live animals. They say the sources were unsold goods kept in refrigerators and freezers, goods kept in warehouses in a few cases, and they looked at some stray cats, stray dogs, and stray rats.
Okay.
They weren't testing the live wild animals that were being sold. So 73 of the environmental samples were positive. None of the animal samples were positive. We know this data is not made up because there's leaks of it from, or we know it's not made up retrospectively because there's leaks from it in early 2020, and the numbers are the same. We also found an uncovered version of what China thought in January 2020. They said it's highly suspected that the current epidemic is related to the trade of wild animals. At the time, George Gao is the head of the Chinese CDC, I believe. He suspected bamboo rats are the host. Another famous scientist, Zhang and Shen, also said it's bamboo rats or badgers. Then Gao was complaining that the market was clean before the samples were taken, that the crime scene is gone. How can we solve this without evidence? And then in May 2020, he's saying, oh, maybe it wasn't the seafood market. Maybe that was a secondary infection. And then in 2021, when the WHO report happens, China says there's not even wild animals at the market. So
Oh, you know what? Something else that's kind of funny is when people talk about how China would cover up and lie about everything, which is why it was definitely a lab leak. China could theoretically also lie to cover up a leak from the wet markets as well, right? Like they could arguably have just as much incentive, or maybe even more incentive, because it might be easy to say, well, there was a lab leak, so we need to change a policy or whatever, versus a wet markets, which might require a big change in how animal food handling is processed throughout the entire country, maybe, right? It's possible.
verified reports of live animals being sold there. So there's a cover-up happening here, but it's not a cover-up of the lab. Now, we think of this as like an argument, like the one I'm having with Rootclaim, where it's natural versus lab. But there's really a third side to this argument, which is the Chinese side, which says that the virus didn't start in China. They support this frozen food theory, or they say it was otherwise imported from Europe or maybe a US lab. And so the fact that they're not confirming the lab is not suspicious so much. They're just denying everything. They don't want responsibility for the pandemic. Other countries have asked that they pay reparations for the pandemic. That might be the trigger. There might also be some political conflict there, where like the US is pushing a Chinese lab leak theory, so they decided to push a US lab leak theory on their own population in response. We can look for patterns in those environmental samples. So these are the earliest sampling dates, January 1st and 12th. And you have of the wildlife shops, only 2 of them tested positive. One is inside of a freezer. The other is a bunch of samples off, let's see, 2 carts.
Oh, the glasses have come out.
A metal cage, a feather removal machine, and one off the ground. I mapped the earliest cases that we know about. I don't think you can prove that much from this connection, but I've seen a lot of other people saying that it can't be the stalls because there is no pattern. And I want to say that there is at least a pretty good pattern there. I don't support the contrary claim. So this funny
Can you clarify what we're looking at in that previous slide? What are blue dots?
Each blue dot is a case from December 15th and earlier.
Damn.
And I think we already found that this one, that one, and that one are actually the first 3. And then maybe there is like a secondary outbreak that's near one of these stalls that's happening. That'd be December 14th to 15th.
And what are these brown rectangles?
The brown rectangles are shops that sold wild animals. And then I've highlighted, this is Street 6, Shop 29, which is the shop that sold raccoon dogs that's suspected to be in the start of the pandemic. And there's this second shop, which is Street 8, Shop 25, which is the other one that has positive samples. I frequently call this the hedgehog shop, which is less likely in my estimation of the data, but it's interesting that both tested positive.
All right, thank you.
So that's just comparing early cases to the 2 places that we think could be the origin of the pandemic and how close they are. Like, it's pretty easy to say the pandemic didn't start on the east side of the market, but since it did start on the west side, how well related are the early cases to those locations? It's this funny story that Eddie Holmes went to Wuhan in 2014, and his Chinese colleagues actually took him to this market, and they took him there because they wanted him to see a place that was a likely place for a future pandemic to start. And he went to the market, and he took a photograph of raccoon dogs in the market because he knew that those were infected by the first SARS virus, and those are dangerous species to sell. And then after COVID started, he noticed that those pictures were taken in the same shop. If I translate the signs, this is 6th Street. This is the same shop numbers. And when you look at the positive samples, all those elements are in the same photo. There's 2 positive carts. There's 2 carts in his photo. There's a feather remover machine. The raccoon dogs are...
Is this... Wait. Is this real? Eddie Holmes, 2014, Wuhan... As soon as Edward Holmes saw the dark-ringed eyes, The raccoon dog staring at him through the bars of the iron cage. He knew he had to capture the moment. It was October 2014. Dr. Holmes, a biologist at the University of Sydney, had come to China to survey hundreds of species of animals looking for new types of viruses. On a visit to Wuhan, a commercial center of 11 million people, scientists from the city's CDC brought him to Huanan Seafood Wholesale Market. In stall after stall of the poorly ventilated space, he saw live wild animals, snakes, badgers, muskrats, birds being sold for food. But it was the raccoon dogs that made him pull out his iPhone. One of the world's experts on virus evolution, Dr. Holmes, had an intimate understanding of how viruses can jump from one species to another, sometimes called bestiality with your mom. The SARS outbreak of 2002 was caused by a prolific video that was filmed by your mom and my horse cock, or a bat coronavirus in China that infected some kind of wild mammal before infecting humans. Among the top suspects for that intermediate animal, the fluffy raccoon dog. Nice. I'm sure that he visited a ton of other places as well, though, right? But
Sitting on top of birds in a cage. The sewage outside the shop tested positive. If you look at the raccoon dog cage, it's sitting right on top of the sewage crates. There's drainage in front of each of these shops, but that's not drainage for the bathrooms. That's like you wash whatever waste comes out of the shop and it goes down this trough. And when you look at where they tested these drains all across the shop, all across the market, and they found 4 that tested positive at first. One of those 4 was the raccoon dog shop, and then they tested them again in February, and it only tested positive in 3 places then. And it's the raccoon dog shop. And if you map the directions of the drains, it's 2 places that are downstream.
Peter, a question on that analysis. I think I did not understand that originally reviewing the slides. So those drains, the wildlife drains, are not commingled with the closely located bathroom, the human bathroom drains.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. They do eventually commingle with it once they get to the main street. And I don't have it marked here, but the main street drains also, all of these test positive through February. But I think that's like city sewage at that point. So, of course, that's going to test positive. I can't see the clock the way I'm viewing this. How many minutes have I gone through?
You're at 10 minutes remaining.
Ooh.
10 minutes remaining. Oh, wow. Okay. To go fast. So this was blamed on the bathrooms, or sometimes they blame on mahjong room. Sometimes they say sampling bias. And we ruled out sampling bias when we got the total numbers. And we saw that they did lots of sampling in other places, and the ratio for the shop is very good. But people still, I talk about these zombie talking points as like you can't kill any talking point for the lab leak. It gets disproven, but it still gets trotted out. Now they've changed it to say it's 220 samples. They did that by adding up the animal samples. You can actually tell that China added up the animal samples, or they were focused on a few shops there. You could tell they only looked at the warehouse shops for 629 and 825. And we look at which animals they tested for those shops, and it's snakes, it's not raccoon dogs, it's nothing really relevant. We have proof that there were live animals at the market. We have photos on Weibo. We have a study from 2021 showing exactly what animals were in each of these shops. We know which animals they tested, and it's not really the ones that we care about. In 2022, we saw that they had data from the market, or on DNA data for the animals. During the last year, there was a lot of speculation that there's no wild animals at the market, a lot of jokes about like the raccoon dogs are like Bigfoot. And then we finally got a copy of that data in 2023, China finally released it, and that.
Why is the full virus lineage not known? If it's a settled question, the lineage or where it came from is a defining question. It's not a settled question. The first SARS outbreak was traced directly genetically to a bat, but with COVID we suspect a pangolin, but we don't know for sure. Not every viral outbreak is traced to its origin. We don't know the origination point of every single outbreak of every single disease, or of any, even the pandemic ones.
Proved that there were raccoon dogs in that one suspicious shop. There were raccoon dog samples without human DNA. The birds, there were also ducks in there, and the birds in Eddie Holmes' photo look like ducks. They were selling a lot of animals in that shop, though, so it's hard to tell which was the infected one.
Quack.
These animals don't match the WHO report, so they didn't really track that down very well.
Quack.
The lab leak theory adjusted to deny that new evidence is important in a lot of different ways. They blamed a zoo in Wuhan. They said that we never denied there were raccoon dogs. This is it's an evolving narrative. Eventually it settled on the Jesse Bloom narrative that there's not enough raccoon dog DNA in there, but they came up with a bunch of excuses before that. Those samples had other animal viruses in them. Kind of rush through so I can get through. We figured out who owned those shops. Michael Standard did this investigative reporting, and he found that 3 shops in the market had been fined for selling illegal wildlife back in 2019, and 2 of the 3 were those 2 suspicious shops. He talked to the owners. They were evasive. They lied about selling animals. One of the owners said that the lab leak started in Fort Detrick. So he might, the people that started the pandemic don't even necessarily know. We think there are 2 spillovers of the market. I talked about this with a generic. We'll talk about this more at the second debate, really. That's not normal for an outbreak. Usually it's like the Diamond Princess, 1 introduction, 1 spillover. Give me a warning when I hit 5 minutes, please. There's several ways to find the root. We can do this Bayesian analysis that says lineage B is 96% likely to be the earliest one, but lineage A is slightly closer to bat viruses, so a lot of people think maybe that came first. Some people, Jesse Bloom said that predicted that A was not associated with the market. and poor B predicted it was associated because of the two cases were located. A has less
Can you cover the HR1 bill in its entirety? No, isn't that like 900 pages? What?
diversity than B, so it's weird if it's the one that came first. And in 2022, we finally got the samples from the market. 4 of them were sequenced fully enough that you could figure out the lineage, and one of those was lineage A. So you have this triangle here of, the origin shop, the A sample, the earliest case. So all the genetic diversity in the world of COVID is found in this tiny section of one market in the world. And
5 minutes.
the PCAR22 paper.
5 minutes.
What's up?
Oh, he's rattled. He's shaken.
Okay, thanks. Gave an elegant theory for why it could be closer to bat viruses for A, but also B came first, which is that you had some diversity in the animals at the market, and it mutated to B, that spilled over first, and then the earlier one stayed in the animal a little longer, and then that spilled over a little later, and that would produce this pandemic. You can also have 2 spillovers by chance, and that's only about 3% likely in Picard's current model. And if you don't have that explanation, you need to explain why it looks like B came first, and the odds of that are quite low. You also have to explain why the 2 cases were so close to the market. That's also very low. So we can combine all these probabilities, lab leak spreads at the market.
Oh, wait, hold on. He just kind of snuck through that, but I never even considered that. That seems like an incredibly strong argument as well, right? If you have 2 different lineages that are both present at the market, for lab leak to be true, you would have had to have created a virus and then created a separate lineage of one, or like created a separate version of it, and then had both of those leak into the market, which would make even less sense, right?
And that would produce this pandemic. You can also have 2 spillovers by chance, and that's only about 3% likely in Picard's current model. And if you don't have that explanation, you need to explain why it looks like B came first, and the odds of that are quite low. You also have to explain why the 2 cases were so close to the market. That's also very low. So we can combine all these probabilities. Lab leak spreads at the market, 10,000 chance. Looks like 2 lineages. Those shops were fined for illegal wildlife starting the same month. I said 1 in 12. It's probably more like 1 in 6, because I would have said that whether it's November or December. And any Bayesian analysis we do have to account for all these coincidences. I would want to see earlier cases to disprove the market. I haven't seen that. A lot of people have looked, and they found the same articles I did. And then we have the 3 cases at the lab. This actually comes from Trump's State Department. Lab leak was started by Steve Bannon in January 2020, and this guy Miles Guo. They worked with Li Meng Yan to make the early theories. They went on Fox News with this. They said it was a bioweapon. They all went on to say the 2020 election was stolen. Both these guys were later had some legal trouble. Miles Guo was defrauded people out of $1 billion when they searched his apartment. His apartment building was lit on fire. 2021, this kind of morphed into the new version of the lab leak theory. And it was really spread by this article in the Wall Street Journal by Michael Gordon. That came from a Trump State Department memo first. And it came from this guy, David Asher, who says the 3 got sick. Sometimes he says November, sometimes he says October. Sometimes he says it was a monkey bite at the lab that caused this accident. Sometimes he says one of their spouses died. And the Wuhan scientists were acting normally this whole time. They were traveling to conferences. They were going out to dinner. And the guy who spread this in the Wall Street Journal is the guy who announced that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. He spread multiple articles about this. Every time he spread one of those articles, there's a huge spike in Google searches the same day as his article, because other articles reported the same thing with the Wall Street Journal as the source. This changed in 2023 to be 3 scientists at the lab with these names. The guy who reported that also says the U.S. has alien spacecraft a week before that. And then it got amplified by the aluminum tubes, Iraq WMDs.
Rootclaim determined after the fact that the lab leak theory was still more probable. But could you address it? I literally haven't even finished watching the intro argument of the first guy. Why would you link me the results of the debate and then ask me to critique their evaluation of the results where they lost?
Guy, there are a lot of reasons to doubt that those 3 people were sick. I've gone through some of these, other than just the people that are spreading it. And the rest of the government intelligence can't confirm this. It looks like a misinformation campaign by other people who are involved with other misinformation campaigns who can't keep their story straight. It's highly politicized, but the Wuhan market is the most likely place for a natural origin. There are lots of lab leak theories. Most of them must be wrong. There's still some possibility for a November lab leak, but I think...
Wait, why couldn't a lab leak not get into the wild and then into the human population via the market? Guy accidentally gets infected at work and then avoids people? That would require him to get infected at work, not transmit a highly transmissible virus to anybody, go home, avoid infecting anybody, go to some kind of animal reservoir and infect them, have that animal reservoir carried to the market and then infect other people, all while he is carrying one of the most transmissible viruses ever on Earth for a week or 2 and not infecting a single person. I mean, is it possible? I mean, it's not impossible, but...
I think zoonosis is more likely, and we'll need to still talk about genetics.
I'm saying there's a chance. Okay.
The next debate, and we need to look at Rootclaim's views on all the same evidence and see how he differs. Ask me questions if you have any time left.
You have 1 minute and 9 seconds.
What do you guys think? Oh, we can hear Trump for a minute, maybe. He thinks there were body bags dumped outside the lab. That's his keep.
I think we can use that time better. Maybe kind of a larger scale question about some of the data generation process. Where do you think, if any, kind of sequencing data or any of the kind of data that would be confirmatory or kind of or be dispositive on the question of what viruses were where when? Do you think any of that exists in places in the Chinese CDC or in WIV that hasn't been released? Do you think that they've sequenced basically everything and made it public? Do you think there's essentially any information that's not in the public record?
If they had a secret virus and they're hiding that, then that's dispositive for the lab leak. If they have antibody testing at the market of vendors, that would be pretty important to me. Also, we don't know how many of these environmental samples we know how many of the sequenced. We don't know if there's still any that could be sequenced.
I got you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Peter.
Jesus.
I'm going to start a break for, what do you guys want? 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
If you want to finish this
Wait, do we know this Russian soldier was committing suicide, or maybe he was just trying to set the mine up and he fucked up?
sentence, that's fine. It's okay if you take a minute longer.
Maybe he was trying to set it up by laying on it? I don't know. Okay.
I don't know. I gave my whole presentation except for the videos.
Okay, how long?
Up to you guys. I'd like to grab another coffee, so maybe 7 minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter.
Whew. What could the other guy's opening argument possibly look like? Oh my God, that was a brutal opener, but we have open minds here. Let me use the restroom 1 sec. Okay, it can't be that every single conspiracy theory is literally instantaneously debunked by doing like 6 hours of research. Like, that can't be the case. I feel like that was the case for the Epstein shit. For that Wakefield study was horrible. Certainly this guy is going to have a killer counter argument, and all of this isn't going to be like 90 minutes. Okay, that was a very, very, very strong opening statement. Okay, Jesus. Whew.
Drive.
A family grieving tonight after they say a young woman was beaten by her supervisor after showing up for work at a Hollywood convenience store last week. Jessica McLaughlin walked into work at 7-Eleven in Hollywood and was assaulted. Tonight, she's on life support at the hospital.
Her family is searching for answers in what they're calling a senseless and baseless attack as police search for her attacker. KTLA's Mary Beth McDade joins us live in Hollywood with details on this tragedy and reaction from the family. MB.
What happened?
Yeah, and John, her family says that she has a big heart, loves children, and always puts family first. And now her family is preparing to say their final goodbyes on Wednesday when they take her off life support.
She's probably one of the best family members ever.
Clancy McLaughlin fights back tears as he talks about his 24-year-old daughter, Jessica, who loves children and helping others.
I used to call her my green-haired warrior because she would just she would take homeless people food. She would take clothes to people.
He tells us Jessica's assistant manager at a Hollywood 7-Eleven, Valeria Parra, brutally beat Jessica at work last week.
Her heart stopped. So
what?
She couldn't breathe. Yeah, she lost all oxygen to her brain for over 10 minutes. And she basically is declared brain dead now.
Clancy says the assistant manager would bully his daughter at work. And then last Tuesday, as his daughter was getting ready to leave work for the day, Valeria attacked his petite daughter.
She physically grabbed her by her hair, was swinging her around, threw her on the ground, and she sat on top of her chest while she was physically assaulting her.
When a coworker tried to help, Clancy
That's not funny, sorry.
says Valeria then went after the coworker.
And at that time, Jessica got up and she said, call 911, I can't breathe, and then she collapsed. And at that point, I understand that the assistant manager hit her one more time.
Valeria apparently then fled.
But even before that, she was trying to go back into the back office and try to delete the video of the attack.
Police tell us they responded to the scene and are continuing to search for the attacker. Meantime, the family is preparing to say their final goodbyes on Wednesday when they take Jessica off life support.
We're going to try to get everybody that we can inside the hospital where they could come at least say their last goodbyes before.
And if you know where Valeria is, you are urged to contact police. Now, a GoFundMe page has been set up to help out with Jessica's funeral costs, and you can find a link to that GoFundMe page on our website.
Holy shit. If House was still an episode, or like if they were still like active seasons of House today, how much you want to bet there would be an episode where somebody's brought in and they're on like a life support bypass or whatever, and House is like, we can cure the disease, we need more time. And they're like, no, they're going to unplug her from birth control, or they're going to unplug her from life support immediately. And he's like, I have an idea. And then they find a way to impregnate her with IVF. They don't rape or anything, okay? And then like, now that she's pregnant and we're a hospital in Georgia, they have to give us at least 9 months to solve the case.
KTLA.com. For now, reporting live here in Hollywood, Mary Beth McDade. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
That would definitely be a Modern House episode, okay?
Czar, take it away.
Okay, thank you. So
oh my God. This guy got a 5 o'clock shadow and I was going to say in one day, but I guess that's why it's called a 5 o'clock shadow. Wait, did he have this much? Was his facial hair this long in the first video? I don't remember. Okay. All right. Let's go. Good luck, Sar Wilf, founder of Rootclaim. We had strong opening statements.
So I'll be presenting the case by Rootclaim. Our conclusion is lab.
That was the second video again. You didn't. Oh, I know. I don't know where it is.
But as you will see throughout the presentation, we will actually be discussing both hypotheses because that's the way we work. We try to assess the evidence under both hypotheses and find which one is the strongest. It just happened that our conclusion is lab leak. I will be taking a few minutes to talk about how we work because that will pop up throughout our presentation. So what we try to do is to solve a major problem that many people recognize and are frustrated by. That is, you have intelligent people looking at the same evidence and claiming wildly contradictory conclusions. So Origins of COVID is a great case. You have the former CDC chief and the current CDC chief on opposing side. You have scientists claiming dispositive evidence, smoking guns in favor of one hypothesis or the other, which brings me back to what Peter said about thinking that peer-reviewed science is better than what we're doing here. I disagree. I think peer-reviewed science is great in bringing evidence and assessing it, but you need to integrate from multiple disciplines. That's something that doesn't happen well in peer-reviewed science. That is a process we actually don't have today. That's.
Oh no! True. When will these stupid idiot scientists learn? Sometimes you have to take a multidisciplinary approach to figuring things out. Now, the silly world of academia doesn't realize that sometimes you need a multidisciplinary approach. So rather than relying on experts to figure out how to do a multidisciplinary approach, let's just take people who aren't experts in even a single discipline and have them do a multidisciplinary approach. Oh shit, boys. We're off. No, it's okay. I have faith. I have faith.
But we hope it can be contributing to the world. And I think the process we're doing here is much more reliable in that sense. And last you see, oops, sorry.
Oh no! It's okay.
Okay. Okay.
He's shocked.
Last you see.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This is a fucking machine. This guy is a machine. This guy just did, at 80 minutes, he was like, how much time do I have left? And they were like, you have 10 minutes left. And he was like, wow, those 80 minutes sure did fly by. Oh no!
intelligence agencies of the U.S. Disagreeing on the same issue. And again, that's very weird because they have the same evidence. They supposedly have very strong inference methods. And why are they getting different conclusions?
Oh no, that wasn't the best. Holy shit. How can the agencies disagree if they have, oh boy. All right, it's okay. We got 90 minutes. This is a macro general level opening. It's okay. These aren't like his
Quickly, what we don't do fact checking, we don't generate new evidence, we don't do leaks, we don't do investigative journalism, we don't try to conjecture when there's no evidence. What we do is when there is a lot of evidence, but experts and intelligent people look at it and just are not able to get to a conclusion. Why does this happen? I won't go are not able to get to a conclusion. Why does this happen? I won't go over the whole thing here, but there are a few biases that we have when we're trying to deal with high uncertainty and multiple pieces of evidence. One thing we'll be talking shortly is about ignoring the prior probability. Other things are about looking at multiple evidence and understanding how they affect together.
You need to keep in mind that Sarr is worth over $100 million and dedicated years of his life to perfect this new system of human reasoning. He was convinced that this system could never lose in a debate and lost to this random guy that agreed to debate. It was such a horribly embarrassing event. Well, it sounds like I'm stealing from Scott Alexander's take here, but it sounds like he just reinvented Bayesian probability and then called it something else using Bayesian probability. But I feel like the issue when it comes to, as somebody who couldn't even really tell you what a Bayesian analysis is, okay, I really couldn't. All right, I don't know the fucking formulas. But it feels to me like the issue with applying these probabilistic measures to estimating the probability of real life scenarios having occurred is ultimately what everything is going to come down to is the subjective weight that you give to some of your priors, basically. That seems like, and there's no way that you can have any mode of analysis to assign these things. It would be for instance, what is the probability that the Chinese government would try to cover up this kind of accident? Your sample set is, depending on how you analyze it, is anywhere from relatively broad throughout the entire history of every people that have lived in that region to literally nothing, which is the current government covering up an event of this scale that would occur in this manner, right? You have zero samples to even draw from. So I feel like the entire, I don't think there's anything wrong with applying some type of strict, I'm saying Bayesian analysis. You start with some prior and then you augment or decrease your likelihood of an event occurring based upon gathering new information. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But at the end of the day, ultimately, I think if you're arguing with rational people, your debate is going to ground out in the exact same area that two people who are reasonable people who aren't using any type of system like this are going to ground out in, which is going to be arguing over the subjective weight that you should be assigning your prior assumptions or the weighting that you're giving to things down the line. Yeah. For things like epidemiology, this is great, right? What are the percentage chances that some person gets infected? What are the percentage chances you develop some whatever? That's fine. But for one-offs, for world politics events, it feels almost worthless, But yeah, so I don't necessarily fault his system or anything, but this guy seems like you can just accuse me of being biased. I need to stop hedging like that because I'm not. This guy employed two things that are very hard to see. A good system of rationale or logic or whatever. It seemed like his thinking was reasonable and logical. And he also seemed like he had an ability to read and understand the underlying material. Now, I don't remember what his background was. I think it was PhD in something, although I hate to say this because I'm the biggest education cuck. I don't even know if that fucking matters anymore because, Jesus fuck, I talk to so many fucking retards. Maybe he didn't have a PhD. I don't remember. These are the two judges. But he was very good at diving through all of the empirical stuff as well. It seemed like he was. So we'll see. Now this guy, when I see stuff like this, oof. Here are some flaws. Reliance on gut feelings. Weak intuition for compound probabilities. This isn't necessarily bad. It's just very general stuff that doesn't mean anything, It's like when I ask somebody, how do you know you're fully informed on the news? And they're like, I read from a variety of sources. It's like, okay, if this was a multiple choice test in 5th grade, you passed. What a worthless answer. I too read multiple of sources. I read everything that my uncle emails me. I read everything that my mom texts me. I read half the articles that go up on InfoWars, and I'm subscribed to Owen Schroyer, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Greenwald on my Twitter. And I read everything that from the, and it's like, wow, that's multiple sources as well, right? Yeah.
The analysis, so some people will double count.
I'm sorry, I'm very heavily weighing this against this guy right now, and I shouldn't be yet. He's just in his opening, okay?
We're talking shortly about ignoring the prior probability. Other things are about looking at multiple evidence and understanding how they affect together the analysis. So some people will double count the same evidence, or in other cases they won't realize that a few pieces of evidence, even though each one of them is weak, together bring them to certainty, high certainty. So other things that people struggle with when dealing with probability. That's why this doesn't happen. That's what we try to solve by our methodology. So basically, this whole process you see here, I won't go over all of it. The idea is to be able to accurately quantify the strength of the evidence. And once you do that, it's very easy to feed it into probabilistic model. The model is proven. It's a formula. It's not about, there's no AI, no algorithms here. Once you agree about the numbers, there's only one solution, and that has been known for over a century. So
but that's the easy part, right? Is plugging the numbers in. The hard part is figuring out what the numbers ought to be, you know?
A few things we do is we make sure to have all the evidence, all the hypotheses. We make sure to account for dependencies between the evidence. Something very, very important that we do is we always Thielman each hypothesis. Okay, we always try to find the best explanation for the evidence under each hypothesis, rather than attacking one evidence and supporting the other one, like most people do. We try to find what is the best way for each evidence to, for each hypothesis to explain the evidence, and then quantify how these best explanations measure up, and then we can feed it into the formula and get the result. Something else important that we do is we assess the reliability of our own estimates, kind of a sensitivity analysis. So we make sure to take ranges on every number we use, and look at the high range and low range, and see that we see how that affects our.
Sorry, wait. Somebody tried to say something. Destiny, kind of. One element of subjectiveness is called the reference class problem. The problem talks about what sample of evidence should be inferred from. For example, if you're looking at whether someone is a criminal, using their skin color to establish a prior is using a poor reference class, whereas psych characteristics give a better prior over group. No, I agree with you. That was the whole point that I made with the China comparison, right? Well, like, what are the chances that China would cover up an event like this? And then the question is, well, what is? And I guess you're saying the term is reference class, right? Would we include all things, all events that have ever been covered up by any people inhabiting this part of the planet? Or would we include all events that had been covered up by the current CCP government, or just by the current regime? Or would it just be all medical events? Or would it be all medical events in the current regime? Or would it be all of these type? Like, that's why I'm saying, like, how would you even pick your initial class to draw your samples from, right? Because that in and of itself, you could probably you would have a massive argument over, you know? Eventually, if you're boiling everything down, but thank you for giving me that term, reference class, so now I can sound smarter when I say that. Eventually, if you're boiling everything down to all the facts, and the facts are relatively exhaustive, trying to make broad inferences using broad reference classes like general peer disagreement will lose out to specific factual analysis. The latter only works when there are too many facts for a small group to analyze, or there are tons of missing facts. Sure, but even like the subjective weight to all of the facts, like you might not need tons of missing facts. Maybe you only need, maybe you only need one or two missing facts, right? Like, let's say Donald Trump does some unhinged shit tomorrow, and like we could do all the Bayesian analysis in the world and figure out that, like, well, he probably had a really good reason for doing this or something. Like he did this to help the country as opposed to doing it for whatever other bullshit. But let's say, like, privately, there's one fact that we don't know about, and that's that there's a person who's like holding his son hostage, and we just don't have that fact, right? I feel like these types of world events that are the confluence of so many different fields, peoples, countries, arenas, like there's so many different things that come together, that applying some subjective weight to all of the facts, even knowing what all of the facts are, choosing as either the reference class, like, it's just like, it's this, like, I respect this process. I do think it's good to, I don't even know actually if I would, I don't actually even know if I would say that you shouldn't get. I feel like this, I actually think I had the same criticisms of X Skills Me when he tried to do this Bayesian probability thing before as well. Actually, oh my God. You know what I feel like is the best example of the flaws of this approach to reasoning is predicting election outcomes. I feel like you can use a I don't know if there's like a term for Bayesian hacking, but I feel like you can use this exact same probabilistic thing to figure out who's going to win the next election. Well, let's go back. Our reference case is going to be every single person who's won Iowa and New Hampshire is going to win the presidency, right? And that is true until it's not. And you can go back through the numbers and, every single person who's won the black vote in all these states will always, or every person who's won these two states always win. And it works until it doesn't. And there are so many cases where, and this is why people try to develop all these election models, right? Whoever wins the Super Bowl, whoever wins whatever, if the turkey, sucks its own dick all the way down to the root, right? There's always like these things. It's like, oh my God, this is predicted at every single time, or 20 out of 21 times, and then all of a sudden it doesn't work. It's like, fuck that one. That's why we had the keys. Yeah, so I feel like using this mode of analysis, or this paradigm of analysis, or this form of analysis on huge multivariate global social, it's just so.
The confidence in our conclusions. I'm going to go quickly on two cases in which we went against what authorities' mainstream opinions were and were eventually proven correct. I will explain later how. One is a murder case, the most famous murder case in Israel. 13-year-old girl was found dead inside a locked bathroom stall in her school. This person, Roman Zadorov, who was a floor there, he was eventually convicted based on his confession. And we claimed another person as the murderer. The famous chemical attacks in 2015 next to Damascus. So hundreds of civilians dead from sarin gas. The entire Western governments, intelligence agencies, human rights organizations all placed blame on the government. We said it's the opposition. And as you'll see soon, we turned out to be correct in both of these cases. So something very distinct that I'll try to show is how we keep seeing the same patterns when authorities get conclusions wrong. Not necessarily authorities, but whenever you...
I would also say that if you have a system that's based in some sort of hyper-rational way of quantifying world events and probability and everything, this is such a harsh... I'm being such a critic right now. I think it's really good when people try to invent new stuff like this. So big props for trying to do it and putting his money behind it. That's really cool. But I would hope that you would have numerous examples of your system being successful and not just these two. When we're going back to 2006 and then 2013, now maybe these were just the most publicized examples that he felt he was correct on, but I feel like that's one thing. A second thing I think would be, have you applied your system? What I would really want to hear actually would be, have you applied your system in such a way that you created a secret account on Polymarket or Predicted, and you've made, you're consistently betting and winning over large periods of time, tons and tons of money, because you can, if you're really predicting this with a high degree of accuracy, you should, I would imagine, be ahead of the markets on at least some things that you can pick and choose, what you want to make your money on. Also, I'm not stating a position on either of these. I've never seen anything convincing that these chemical attacks in 2013 were done by the rebels or by the FSA or whatever instead of the Syrian government. Or I don't know anything about this murder of Terror Rada. So I'm not stating a position on either of those.
We turn out to be correct and keep seeing the same patterns when authorities get conclusions wrong. Not necessarily authorities, but whenever you have intelligent people, sophisticated mechanisms reaching wrong conclusions, there are several things that you find happen every time. So I'll go.
Yeah, you don't need a 100% win rate. You only need to beat the betting market, right? So if you are 40, even if you're likely that something didn't happen, let's say that you are 60% sure that a thing happened, or let's say you're 40% sure that a thing happened, right? Or 60%, I guess, sure the other thing. Let's say you're 40% sure that a thing happened. So you're not even sure. But let's say that the betting markets are 10% sure that the thing happened. You can still make money there, right? That's a huge delta between the estimation of the market, because the odds are important here, right?
Go over a few of these cases and also show how we see this.
So what have we learned? Lab leak is a plausible theory, right? Well, I've only consumed stuff on one side. We're about to get to this guy's side. But so far from what I've learned, I feel like the lab leak stuff is a joke. But I don't have an extensive background in molecular biology or anything here. So there might be mechanisms that I don't know about, that I don't understand, or there might be some reports or some information that I just haven't seen yet, or that will be revealed in this debate. But right now, this seems like the lab leak stuff seems incredibly difficult to salvage from this so far. But maybe this guy will do it. We'll see.
Several things that you find happen every time. So I'll go over a few of these cases and also show how we see the same fallacies, the same biases happening in the claim of zoonotic origin for Covid-19. So one thing we call trapped prior, it's not our name, trapped prior is the name we like the best. It's somewhat similar to confirmation bias, and that is because we're not good, humans, we're not good in assessing multiple evidence, the way we usually approach the world is we latch into something that is easy for us to understand. That would be like the first evidence. And we would say, okay, this gives me an initial confidence in my hypothesis. And then I will examine evidence as it comes one by one. And each evidence I will examine, is it strong enough to contradict my anchor? If not, I will simply dismiss it as maybe it's fabricated, maybe it's an unreliable source. I will just throw away this evidence because it doesn't sit with my current hypothesis. And go evidence by evidence, throw away everything that is not strong enough to by itself convince me. And of course, evidence that supports, I will integrate and feel that it supports my analysis. And
I don't like this trapped prior in some of the examples given. I guess they're okay. I don't know if there's a trapped prior. I feel like this is just maybe inappropriately assigning a prior percentage, because if these things are true, then I imagine probabilistically, Bayesianistically, that's not a real word, you would assign a high prior to any of these things, right? Assuming that the data was true and accurate.
This could bring me to a position where I don't realize that all the evidence I look through is already far more strong than my initial anchor, because each time I threw it one by one. Okay, so for example, in the murder case, we had a very common problem in the judicial system. Judges can't think why someone would confess to a crime he didn't commit. That's their anchor. And then they just try to see if there's anything that will very strongly overthrow the confession, when in fact we know today that confessions are very common. In fact, 25% of convictions that were overturned by DNA also had a confession in them. In Covid19, the convictions that were overturned by DNA confessions are very strongly overthrow the confession, when in fact we know today that confessions are very common. In fact, 25% of
25%, okay.
Convictions that were overturned by DNA also had a confession in them. In Covid19, the trapped prior, the anchor that people use is that most viruses come from zoonosis. So okay, so that would be our prior. We'll start with that. And then they evaluate the evidence in light of that assumption. But then what they forget is that we had in recent years advancement in gain-of-function research that greatly increased the pandemic risk, and we will look into that. Another thing that happens often is people will latch to some smoking gun, some evidence that they think is very strong, but in practice it's either fabricated or it's a sharpshooter fallacy, which we'll discuss in a minute. Basically, it's the concept that you match evidence from a large search space. So you cherry pick a few matches, but forget about all the mismatches. So, for example, in the murder case, we had an issue of a shoe print that was claimed to match the suspect, but the match was not obvious. It was based on picking 4 features in the shoe and finding 4 features on the jeans on the pants of the victim, and saying, okay, each of these 4 are a weak match, but together they're very strong, because what are the probability of 4 matches? And of course, what the person forgot to do is account for all the searches that failed, all the features that he looked for, 100 features on the shoes and 100 features on the pants, and forgot to account for that.
Okay.
The issue in Origins where this happens is looking at the market as the source. Again, a lot of retrospective matching there. We'll discuss that.
Okay.
Another thing that you see is that there's strong evidence on the other side that is just dismissed without any explanation. For example, in the chemical attacks in Syria, we actually have a video of the opposition on the night of the attack wearing gas masks, launching the exact type of rockets that were found in the target. And just the people who support the other side just simply say that's fabricated. That's the fabricated video. And what they forget is that this is very rare. It's like very, very rare for someone to stage a video, take actors and create like a whole fake scene. There's a lot of manipulations of videos, but staging a whole scene is very, very rare. Here we have the Furby cleavage site insertion, something that is a very clear genetic manipulation in the genome of SARS-CoV-2, and the response is it's not impossible. There is a way for nature to do that, which is of course correct. I mean, random processes can generate everything, but the question is what is the likelihood? Right? The likelihood is very low for that to happen. Another thing is coincidences that are dismissed. In the murder case, we had a suspect which has a very rare disorder that she wants to kill random people, and she happens to live right next to the murder scene. And in COVID-19, that's the coincidence of the outbreak occurring next to a major coronavirus lab. So in both of these cases, of the outbreak occurring next.
Okay. These are things. Okay.
Next to a major coronavirus lab.
I feel like these are all just different versions of weighting your evidence incorrectly or having false claims, but I guess it kind of work as things, but okay, let's go.
And in COVID-19, that's the coincidence of the outbreak occurring next to a major coronavirus lab. So in both of these cases, later evidence has supported our conclusion. In Syria, it was about that video I talked about. So that was geolocated to actually been taken at the intersection of all the trajectories of the rockets that fell in Ghouta. And In the Miller case, there was mitochondrial DNA that was initially dismissed because it was a 1 in 700 match, which by itself was enough, but never mind. And this was later found to be on the order of 1 to 100,000, 1 in 10,000. And this order, that's basically closes the case. Amazingly, in both cases, the authorities still deny that they were wrong. West still believes this was a government attack. And while the convicted person in the Miller case was released, the actual the much likelier suspect is still walking free. Okay, so
okay, let's get to the subject matter. All right.
What we will be covering in the next few sessions about lab leak. So we will start with the priors. We will find out that zoonosis is probably a more common cause for pandemics, but actually lab leaks are more frequent than people previously believed, and the recent advances in gain of function increase the pandemic risk. We will then look into the location, and we will of course see that Wuhan is a much more probable origin under the lab leak hypothesis due to the gain of function research going on there. Well, it's not especially interesting in zoonotic. Here below you can see how the probabilities progress as we add the evidence. So we start with a low probability because zoonosis is more likely, and then update due to location. Then we will look into the specific W of the activity, and we will see that this activity is exactly the kind of research that would produce SARS-CoV-2, bringing us to 97. We will look into the market. We will see that while the market is an early superspreader event, the evidence does not support it being the where patient zero, where the first infection happened.
Okay.
But it's still evidence for the other side, of course. So it does reduce the probability, just not by much. Next session, we'll look into genetics. The genetics in SARS-CoV-2, and especially the specific way in which the frame cleavage site appears in the genome, are highly unlikely to occur in nature and are very natural for a lab manipulation. So that brings us close to certainty. And last, we will look into just kind of remaining evidence of the behavioral patterns of China and WIV. We'll look into missing evidence, which is something important that many people forget to do, is that you need to look at what evidence you would expect to see and don't have, and what's the statistical significance of that. So
Here's also one critique I'll have. What was his?
Well, this will support both hypotheses pretty equally, but because we have this self-control of accounting for our own mistakes, then the more when you add more uncertainty into the model, then it goes closer to the middle. So that reduces the probability, even though the evidence itself is pretty symmetrical. So that's going to be our last final number. So we will see in session 3.
Okay. I don't remember what his number was coming into this, but if you're going to debate somebody who is claiming to use an incredibly valid model of that's mathematically verified in the most stringent of manners to predict something, they, in my opinion, should be willing to offer odds that are somewhat matched to the likelihood that your claim is correct based on your highly mathematical model. So if you truly believe, now I don't think he came here saying he's 99.5% that he's correct, but when you're getting an excess of 65 or 75% correct on a thing, and there's actually legitimately public debate here, then you have a massive edge on the market, and the odds that you should be willing to offer for people to debate you should be quite high, and you should be able to, it should be very profitable, right? If you're 90% certain that you're correct on a thing, then the flip side is the other person should be 10% certain, right? You should be willing to offer 9 to 1 on a bet. Like if I'm going to bet you 10,000, if I'm right, then you give me 10,000. Or if I'm right, you give me 10 grand, and if you're right, I'll give you 90 grand. You should be willing to offer odds that are matching if you're doing such a mathematically empirical model, right? So doing 1-to-1 odds, if you claim to have found some huge thing, I think, well, now you could argue that maybe, well, they're just arguing for the strength of their model. So the person debating them intrinsically disagrees with their mathematical assertion, but I don't know, just kind of, that's what I would say.
Just so you understand we're not crazy, this is basically all probabilistic analysis of origins of COVID reach very similar numbers. It's as far as I know, there's no probabilistic analysis that looks at this and reach the opposite conclusion. Yeah, so let's start. So we will be starting with a prior probability. I will give, I assume you all know it, but I'll go through this quickly. So the prior probability is the initial estimate of a hypothesis probability before examining the specific evidence of the case. So this is something that...
I hope this whole thing isn't just the conceptual theory of his model, and he's not actually going to get into any of the actual facts, but...
Our methodology explicitly required to do in order to prevent the prosecutor's fallacy, the thing that I will now demonstrate. So we have this situation where your friend comes to you and tells you he just went to a routine exam and he got an HIV positive result. And then you look together online and you find this you find this test is 99% accurate, meaning that it will tell 1 in 100 negative people that they are positive. Okay, so you ask people, how likely is your friend to be actually HIV positive? Most people will say 99% because that's the test, 99% accurate, 99% result. But in reality, you need to account for the prior probability of your friend having HIV positive. And since this was a routine exam, then he just has the background probability of being undiagnosed HIV positive, which is about 0.1%. So now there are two paths in which we can reach the positive response. One is your friend is healthy, that's 99.9% of the cases, and then he was unlucky to get the 1% false, so that's about 1% of cases this will happen. Or he's actually he's actually HIV positive and the test worked, so that is 0.1%. Okay, so one thing happens 1% of the time, and one thing happens 0.1% of the time. So obviously the 1% occurrence happens 10 times more likely, meaning having a false positive, that's the larger occurrence, and the ratio is 10 to 1. So we started with 1,000 to 1, and now we're 10 to 1, but still most likely HIV negative. So this is basically what we will be doing. We will be looking at...
Okay, he's explaining something that's called the, I think this is the base rate fallacy. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, right? An example of the base rate fallacy is the false positive paradox. Okay, correct. So when your base rate of a thing occurring is less than 1% and you have a test that's like 99% positive, paradoxically, a 99% accurate test, the 1% false positives that it will produce in an unweighted population, if you're just testing every single person, will actually produce more false positives than accurate tests. There's a common meme. I'm sure there's like a million Veritasium and Vsauce videos on this base rate fallacy. The base rate fallacy is not a thing that occurs, though, in the medical world. Generally, it shouldn't be, because, and then this is part of the reason why we don't do this, is because you don't, like, remember the Biden cancer thing? You don't test everybody for every single disease all of the time. Because if you did do that, you would run into a fuck ton of ignoring side effects from bad tests, or side effects from tests, period, and all the wasted costs and everything else. You'd be running into way too many false positives, and it would just be a huge burden on the medical system. So that's why typically they don't test for things unless you are exhibiting some symptom or unless you're in some age range or risk range where it makes sense to test for it. Now, maybe I'm being slightly pedantic, but in a debate that has to do with probability, where it's an epidemiological debate, and he's using a probability-based model for his entire argument, and then to use an epidemiological example where he's basically redescribing the base rate fallacy. Now, he does stick here that it's a routine exam. I don't know anybody who's ever done a routine exam for HIV. In STD panels, I have to specially request and pay for that. Maybe I don't even know why I'm granting this. I don't think there's any routine screening for HIV. I think that's only for probably people who travel or people who are exhibiting symptoms or have some other thing. I feel like that's a highly sus example to draw from, in my opinion. But all right, good luck.
The odds, and every time we see evidence, we'll try to estimate how it affects both hypotheses by how much it narrows each hypothesis, and that will be the new probability. Okay. Another way to talk about probability.
Also, I don't even know if this augments. I don't even know if this has to do with a prior probability, right? So, for instance, if your friend went for a routine exam and they got an HIV positive result, his chance of having HIV is significantly higher than if you would have gotten an HIV negative result. It's probably, I would imagine, it's 99 times higher, right? So I don't even know if this is a good explanation of prior probability. I don't know where my math people are at. Like if you go in and you get a test and the test is positive and it's 99% positive, the chances are you still don't have it, but your chances of having it are probably significantly higher than if you would have just tested negative.
Is this famous quote by Carl Sagan that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? So you need to give evidence that overcomes a low prior. So we will be looking at the two hypotheses, trying to look at historic data and estimate based on that what is the initial likelihood of zoonosis of lab leak. This is going to be a bit challenging for several reasons. One is that pandemics are rare, okay, as well as all lab leaks. So we don't have enough historical occurrences to make good statistics and get accurate priors. Lab leaks have limited documented cases, and there's also limited data on the emerging technologies in gain of function. So the whole area of genetic engineering is rapidly advancing, so it's an exponential area, so it's hard to estimate by how much it increases the risk of a pandemic from gain of function.
Okay.
So one thing to just quickly realize is that lab leaks happen. It's not rare. I mean, not very rare. A few interesting cases here. One is the 1979 anthrax, which is interesting because this was in the USSR.
He's only drawing attention to the 0.1% prior of undiagnosed in the population. Yeah, but even at that, I understand what you're trying to say. You're saying that if your friend tests positive, you think he's way more likely to be positive than he actually is. You're not updating your prior correctly. But while that might be true, directionally it's true. Your friend is much more likely to have HIV, just not as high maybe as you think it is. I don't know. You could argue that he's making that he's trying to make that example, but I feel like we would need a more fundamental explanation of stats or something if you're gonna. It just seems weird to me to introduce this fallacy and to not even name it when I feel like it's a really common math thing. I feel like we've all heard of this meme. We all watch the YouTubes.
This was interesting because initially the government blamed meat consumption for the pandemic, and only after the USSR collapsed did they admit this was a lab leak. So just to keep in mind, when people say that it's unlikely that this will be covered up, anything like that, this has happened before. Another interesting case is SARS. So this is a very similar respiratory virus. That actually leaked 4 times, two of those times from the same lab, so 3 leaks overall. So yeah, definitely something that is a good prior for our case here.
Sorry, can I ask you about the SARS leaks? Do you know which labs or what countries they were in that they leaked from?
Now, the scary thing about this guy, this is why I love debates versus fucking YouTube essays. I say this all the time, right? If I do a 10-minute YouTube video, it's going to be on a subject that I can talk about for 2 hours, right? I'm not going to give you every piece of information I know in 10 minutes. If you ask me about anything in the video, I should be able to give some background explanation for it. When they were asking this dude, like, can you explain how they got these numbers? Can you explain what this is? This guy knew the mathematical models and everything. And this guy's like a mountain climber or some shit who autistically researches things in his free time. I think is what he said. Not with the autistic word. Is he going to know anything about these 4 listed lab leaks? He should. It's a $100,000 debate. He should know. But if he has no clue about these underlying leaks, because I think he said something different. I think he said there was no evidence of these SARS lab leaks, but we'll see.
Sorry, can I ask you about the SARS leaks? Do you know which labs or what countries they were in that they leaked from?
Yeah, we'll see it in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. It's coming up later on. Okay. Ooh, he doesn't know off the top of his head, but or maybe he might, and it's just coming up later. He doesn't want to go over it all now.
1977, a flu leak. That is interesting because that has caused many deaths, also especially among young people. So that is a significant event where lab leak has caused a lot of damage. I can ignore the rest for now. So here let's start looking at comparing lab leak and spillovers. Excuse me 1 minute. I will move my snoring dog away. Okay, so we have. Looking at SARS outbreaks specifically, we have 3 lab leaks and 3 known spillover events. This is, of course, the ones we know about. There could be many more spillover events. There could have been many more lab leaks. Hard to tell, but it is important to look at these 3 cases and have a feel that it is not like this is not that one of these is 100 times more likely, right? So these are the locations you asked about, and interestingly, they leak from all BSL levels. So these are major flu pandemics. So we have 5 in recent century. Of course, flu comes every year, but mostly this is just recombinations of existing flus. These are new and important flu introductions. Looking at major epidemics, this is just basically we looked at.
Oh man, okay. This is going to be a rough. Unless this gets significantly better. I wonder how this is. This Scott Alexander that is he doing the review here, or is it somebody else? Okay, maybe this gets better.
A list of all epidemics filtered by 2,000 dead. So these are the main ones. We have the 1977 one here, so gives you again a feel for what this might look like. So those are like 3 anchors we can work with. Again, not very reliable, but gives you a ballpark. So next one is you want to think about what's reliable, but then one here. So.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm not retarded. I have a decent enough understanding of what he's talking about when we talk about like your Bayesian priors and shit to know that what are we talking about? So what is our prior assumption? What number are we starting with? How many different pandemics have there been? Like, what is the number of I don't know. I feel like I need more numbers on the screen to understand this. No, I feel like I'm getting like slides with random pieces of information. Maybe he'll bring it all together in a minute. I don't feel like we're very mathematical here. I feel like we're very much in the world of intuition and emotional feelings is what I'm feeling right here. But okay.
Gives you, again, feel for what this might look like. So that's
100% wrong about HIV screening, by the way. It's routine in under 25-year-old sexual activity in pregnancy and high-risk populations. Well, high-risk population is literally is agreeing with what I just said, dipshit. Pregnancy people, that's also that's pretty rare. Okay, most people aren't pregnant for most parts of their life. And for sexually active under 25-year-olds, it might be. I've never had an HIV screening recommended to me before, though. I've always had to elect to get that. My understanding is the only way to test for that is through a blood draw. But maybe nowadays, maybe the recommendations have changed on that, or maybe in the past they just never recommended that test. I don't know.
Those are like 3 anchors we can work with. Again, not very reliable, but it gives you a ballpark. So next, you want to think about what is the impact of gain of function of this. So there's 2 things to consider here. One, first, is none of the priors is a gain of function leak. These are leaks for other reasons. So that would, of course, be a reason to reduce the probability we use. On the other hand, gain of function is a rapidly growing field, which is specifically talking about introducing more contagious viruses, right? So this is exactly something that should increase the probability of a lab leak. So we're trying to look at that. So we couldn't find good, precise measures of the amount of gain of function work. We do have 2 proxies. One is looking at the price of genome editing technology. The other is looking at BSL-4 labs, which are a proxy for indication for looking at highly dangerous pathogens. So looking at the first one in terms of affordability, so we have this mentioned by Ralph Barrick, who is studying coronaviruses. So he says he's very interested in the field. So he said this, talking here, the drop from 42,000 to 6,000. Here is a more accurate description of the costs. Writing DNA is in red here, gene synthesis in red. These are, note that all of these are logarithmic scales. Okay, we're talking about exponential growth. Increasing BSL-4 labs, also very rapid over time. It's important to understand that this is not something that happened in retrospect. People were concerned about gain of function well before this happened. Okay, so there was a 3-year ban on research on SARS, MERS, and influenza gain of function. Okay, so this is something that was known before. And looking more generally, humanity is not very good in assessing new technology risks. So the space shuttle program was estimated to fail once every 100,000. It happened twice in 136. Nuclear power, again, something that everyone was very well aware of the dangers, but still we do have failures and meltdowns. So trying to integrate all of that into numbers, which is what we try to do. So this gives you a first glimpse on how we work. So what we did is we took these 3 priors we used. One was based on SARS, 3 versus 3 cases, the flu 1 versus 4, and major pandemics 1 versus 8. H1 in the middle, you can see the ratio that is implied, the probability that's implied from that. We do give a low and high estimate for each one because, like we said, we're trying to always look at what mistakes we could be making, what assessments could be wrong, and this prevents us from reaching overconfident results. We do a geometric mean for that, and then we do adjustment for gain of function. So on the low end, we do a reduction because the priors are not gain of function. On the high, we do an increase because gain of function is introducing new pathogens, possibly at a rate that is much higher than any laboratory incidents in the past. So these are weighted at 20-60-20, and this is where we are. Any questions so far? Then move forward.
I wanted to dig into this calculation a little bit here, Zara, to understand kind of some of the sensitivity. So assuming that looking through some of your other sources, there's hundreds or more estimated lab-acquired infections across U.S. facilities, Australian facilities, many other facilities.
Hold on, am I fucking retarded, or is the way he's done his distribution here just going to mean that... Does he change these numbers? Because the adjusted percentage is just always going to be the impartial one, right? Because if, he's using the same distance or deviation or whatever, from 0.5 to either minus 0.2 or plus 0.2, and then from 0.2 to either minus 0.05 or plus 0.05, and then from 0.125 from either minus 0.025 or plus 0.025, whatever the calculation, the geomean is what he's saying, whatever his calculation is on the left and the right, it's always just going to be whatever this middle thing is, right? Am I misunderstanding this? If the weighted is literally just the unweighted average of all 3, or the average of all 3 of these unweighted values, I don't know. I'm retarded. Good luck.
But you seem to be using numbers that are significantly higher than that in terms of the probability of a spillover event causing a pandemic. How do you calculate that, or how do you integrate those two pieces? Because they seem fairly different.
Okay, so you're saying like we're trying to compare the hundreds of known infections to the millions of zoonotic infection, right? That's the idea?
Or just that these numbers seem much higher than what would be if using some of the estimates from the other sources, there's a 1.5% chance per year of a lab-acquired infection being generated by any BSL-4 lab. It seems these numbers seem significantly higher.
Okay, so this is for the entire world. This is not for one lab. Okay, so this is we're looking here at the history across the entire world. So these are all the labs together, and in the context of pandemic. Okay, we're saying, okay, given that we have a new pandemic happening, what's the probability that a lab is the source? So these are the estimates. Because it's very different. In a minute, I will also show an analysis like you suggesting about looking bottom up on the frequencies that will give like a sensitivity, a sanity check on this.
Okay. One other question here. So this also seems sensitive to like what counts as a pandemic, and I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. And so in a sense, and I had asked this question a little bit in the email, but
we're getting into what that one chatter said before. I don't remember the term he used. Fuck. Your reference class. That's essentially what this guy's asking. What is your reference class? How are you even choosing which events to count? Which I pointed out is like, this is the problem, I think, with this approach to this sort of analysis is you think that you're doing, you think that you're like picking some numbers and then you're engaging in like rigid analysis, when in reality, you're picking some numbers and then you're just like typing some numbers into a calculator, right? Like this is your data set acquisition here or whatever, this is gonna be the huge thing, or your selection, like what data you even count, this is where 99% of the work needs to be done. The math is easy. This is like not even TI-85 math. This is just like multiplication and division or calculator math. Like
there's a lot of other diseases that people might consider, emergent or pandemic that are bacterial. Clostridium difficile infection, just to take one. So it seems like depending on that conclusion, you might be able to reduce the probability of a lab leak given you've seen a pandemic by 2 orders of magnitude by counting other things that kill a bunch of people that are bacterial diseases or parasitic, for instance. So basically, how did you choose the 200K threshold, and why is that a reasonable threshold to anchor to?
So the 200 was simply at the point where you start to have a lot of pandemics, so the information starts to be hard to process.
I don't know what that even meant. Also, 200K dead. Why is an epidemic only dead people? Do non-deadly infections count? Also, this number doesn't change through time. What was the population of the world in 1919 versus 2009? World population in 2019. I don't know why I just said that, sorry. 1919. 1.8 billion. And now we're at what? Over 8 billion? Why this doesn't change over time at all? Or also, well, maybe it wouldn't matter because we're just looking at lab related stuff, because I was going to say nothing in Africa or South America, I think, is here. But maybe they did, I don't know, maybe they didn't have science in those continents yet.
You can put different numbers. I mean, this is not going to be a huge difference in the final result. First of all,
what? The thing that you're using to calculate your prior assumption is not going to make a dramatic difference in your final results?
At the point where you start to have a lot of pandemics, so the information starts to be hard to process. You can put different numbers. I mean, this
also I'm sorry, but that's not a valid excuse. The data is hard to process. It's 2020, whenever this year was. We have Excel and calculators. You put it all in a spreadsheet and you push you do parentheses sum or whatever the fuck I don't know how you fuck Excel. What do you mean hard to process?
Was simply at the point where you start to have a lot of pandemics, so the information starts to be hard to process.
Well, like, what does that sentence mean? You have a lot of pandemics, so the data is hard to process. It sounds like you're excluding even more data, which would probably help you get a good prior assumption because you want more events so that you can measure the probability, right?
You can put different numbers. I mean, this is not going to be a huge difference in the final result. First of all, because you have a geometric mean here, and second, because
what does geometric mean mean? I don't even know what that means. I don't understand why your prior assumption wouldn't have a dramatic impact on your final result. I feel like your priors, I guess it depends on what you're going over. I shouldn't make generalizations because I don't fucking know. But my intuition is that your priors are going to be, in some calculations, going to be literally your most important things, right? Like if you're, like the difference between starting from an 80% prior versus a 10% prior would be fucking massive. How did this guy win? I don't think he did. I think this guy lost. But I mean, I still want to watch the whole argument.
So okay, so if it will be 1 versus 5, or 1 versus 12, this is not going to be a dramatic difference. Maybe something important to say. Once we get to session 3,
1 versus 5 or 1 versus 12 wouldn't make a huge difference, but that's going to have wouldn't that just have a dramatic difference on his geometric mean here at the end? Like, what if it was 1 versus 50? Isn't that going to pull this average down quite a bit?
we will be talking about numbers. The probabilistic power that would need to be overcome in order to claim zoonosis is about 100,000.
Okay, but we're not even talking about that though. We're just talking about your process. You're talking about a comparative analysis at the very end of this argument. Okay. I don't, unless I'm misunderstanding something, this is a very, very, very goofy thing to me. Like, and it exemplifies like the most base level criticism of people that argue like this, which is that, sure, you can say you're doing some Bayesian analysis, but at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to matter is, I think actually Scott, said it at the start of this, right? But the joke goes that you do Bayesian reasoning. Stop! Don't touch that! By doing, but the joke goes that you do Bayesian reasoning by doing normal reasoning while muttering Bayes, Bayes, Bayes under your breath. Like it's...
Okay, so anything that is going to be about, okay, this should be 10 and not 23, we can simply grant it. It's not going to change anything in the grant thing.
A doubling 2x that sounds like an intuitive feeling that's not mathematically based, right? Especially at these low percentages, right? There's a much bigger difference between 10% and 20%, for instance, than there is between 40% and 50%, right? The difference between 40 and 50% is the difference between me being 60% right or right 60 times or 50 times, right? Which is what? That's like a 20% difference between 50 and 60. But the difference between 10 and 20% might be the difference between me being right 80% of the time versus like 90% of the time, sorry, from the other perspective, might be the difference between me being wrong 10% of the time versus 20% of the time, which is a 50% difference or 100% difference, depending on which way you're looking at, right? The idea that like 10 points off of your calculation here, especially at such a low number, like the difference between your prior starting at like 13% versus 23%, that seems to be significantly different. Maybe none of this matters. It can't be this dumb, right? It can't be this silly.
10 and not 23, we can simply grant it. It's not going to change anything in the grant thing. In order to have our analysis support zoonosis, you will need to show some crazy strong evidence. So basically,
why not speak in numbers? Where would be the numbers? What would their prior have to be or whatever? I mean, you're looking at the analysis at the end, but
basically anything that is about, okay, let's make these numbers a bit smaller, 2 times smaller. I'm fine with that. It's not going to change. But I agree that there's a lot of uncertainty. That's what I said.
Like what? I thought your whole point is your process here. No? Destiny, he's saying the evidence is so strong that even if your prior is 1%, once you do your calculations, you'll end up with the lab leak being true. He's saying that he has a test that is 99.9. Yeah, but if that was true, he should be offering huge odds and making a ton of money betting on this on market somewhere, or he should be doing something. That sounds goofy to me. Like you can't, if your whole model is math-based, you're saying it doesn't matter if you start off with half the prior probability. That just seems really silly.
When we started, that there's a lot of challenges in estimating priors here.
Yeah. But that's the whole point. That's the whole difficulty in these types of things, which is probably, my guess is going to be, it would be one of the biggest criticisms of trying to reason out these huge multivariate, massive international events using this mode of analysis. It's just woefully inappropriate for it.
Definitely be the opposite claim that given what's going on with gain of function, that a new pandemic is 90% to be from that. So, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty here. This seems to be something that's reasonable. Having no update in the impartial numbers for gain of function growth, I think, is very conservative. That is only because we don't have priors for that. In general, what we call here impartial in practice is a lot of the general, only because we don't have priors for that. In general, what we call here impartial in practice is a lot of these numbers are very conservative. We're doing
like, what's even the point of doing this adjust for gain of function and growth? Well, what's the point of any of these numbers, right? Like his adjustment for gain of function on the impartial one is 1, but then it's 0.5 here, and then it's 1.5 here, and he's just averaging them together. So what's even the? I don't know. I don't know.
This just in order to try to avoid getting into nitpicking, and because we don't need it.
Avoid. He's doing the lazy gardener in a $100,000 debate with a 90-minute opening. Why would you want to avoid getting into nitpicking? This is the whole point of this. This is the most autistic debate. 3,500 views on this. Why would you want to avoid nitpicking in the most autistic debate that has probably ever been hosted about a major topic before with a 90-minute opening statement? Wait, what?
Because the evidential power is so strong that we just try to put numbers that would be easy to agree on.
The whole point of your motive analysis is the numbers. What?
Okay, next we're...
Okay, let's go. Oh, hey, it's that map that looks like every map ever. Hell yeah.
We'll be looking at a location.
Speaking of nitpicking.
Oh, no, not another question.
That's a typo. It's supposed to say 1 verse 7, not 1 verse 8.
No, I think it was 8, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are correct. So
Okay.
that's...
Your numbers are 1 verse.
Oh, that means that even these numbers are off. But it's okay, because it doesn't matter. None of them. At the end of the day, the math doesn't matter anyway. $100,000 debate. What?
7. You just put on the side 1 verse 8. Okay. That was definitely nitpicking.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank
you. That's good. Okay. Okay, location. So this, as far as you know, this has started at Wuhan, and we have a few questions we want to answer. First, how likely is Wuhan to be a zoonotic epicenter, given its location, bat populations? Another question is, how unique is the gain of function research being done in WAV, right? Because this is something that a lot of people forget to think about. So they're told this happened right next to a coronavirus lab. Okay, but maybe coronavirus labs are like in every city, right? So that makes it insignificant. So identifying how unique is the researcher is important. And what is the bottom line here? So let's dig in. So we're going to start about thinking what is the probability under the zoonotic hypothesis. So East Asia is a home to a diverse distribution of bat species. That's where SARS originated. MERS, on the other hand, originated in the Middle East. There's some diversity of bats there and in Africa, but we'll be focusing on East Asia now. Again, a conservative approach. So we will only focus on East Asia, and we will only focus on cities, urban population in East Asia. So what we did is we went over basically all the countries you see here. Some of them, like India, got 50% because some of it seems to be low likelihood. And we got a total of 1.6 billion urban population. Wuhan is 12.3. For each country, we looked at the percent of urban population. 12.3 for Wuhan. We divide. And then following feedback from Peter, we actually added another 2x for Wuhan being a large city because indeed it makes sense the density is important. So calculating, we get 1.48% at Wuhan. If we're hearing about a new bat pandemic, Wuhan being the zoonotic source is 1.48.
Oh. Okay.
Peter, in his presentation, raised several reasons.
But you understand what he did, right? He just took all the cities in Southeast Asia, added up all the populations, and then divided that by the population of Wuhan to calculate the chances of the virus emerging from there. This would be assuming that the characteristics and the likelihood of this outbreak is equal among all of these different places. So this is like exactly the reason why, I feel like this is a bad, because I think you can do this like Bayesian reasoning. I'm sure you could do it. But he's just blowing past, to put this in LLM terms, I guess, this would be like me creating like the world's strongest fucking computer graphics card processing lab to figure out like the best LLM in the entire universe and to train it on all the answers of everything you could possibly know, and then feeding it the 7 Harry Potter books and just having it train on that data set for 5 years and then seeing what answers it spits out. Like, none of your calculations matter when your underlying data is so horrible. How can you're not doing? There's no work being done here. There's no work being done here.
Is 1.48. Peter in his presentation raised several reasons why Hubei is probably more likely. We need to see actual objective measurements. I mean, this is all very retrospective.
Oh God! And he's one of those people who's like, the number is objective. Like, there's not a difference, like qualitative versus quantitative data. I don't actually know if I'm using those terms correctly here, but like, it's not just raw numbers. What do you mean? And I feel stronger about his earlier HIV example, where he was trying to demonstrate the base rate fallacy. I think I was intuiting a poor understanding of how any of this works. He's literally like looking at numbers on paper without any sort of like qualitative weighting, I don't know if you would say that, to any of the actual numbers whatsoever. Like, he's just like, okay, you said that there are 100 murderers in the United States of America. Where do most murders happen? Cities? And there's 100 cities in America? Probabilistically, there's going to be 1 murder per city per year. Bayesian. That's my Bayesian analysis. Like, this is actually so childlike. This is such a naive. It's not even a naive. This wouldn't even be a starting point. This would be a nothing point. This data, the data input here is actually so bad. It's worthless. It's actually worthless.
Seeing that in the past they didn't ban wildlife trade for a while. I mean, we need to see how this happens in all provinces in order to claim that Hubei is in any way unique. And of course,
he did, though. He went through that analysis, and you just added up all the people in all the cities. Like, a very quick and easy question would be, so for instance, something that he might show if he wanted to prove that this is a good data set, he might say, well, here's an outbreak of all of these types of infections and the cities that they were traced to. And then he shows a map, and there's an equal distribution, an equal likelihood of an origination of all diseases. And his map here, I don't even know if his map here is furthering this argument here. The map here is showing the diversity of bat species, source biodiversitymapping.org, and saying the distribution is highest in Southeast Asia and fairly low in Wuhan. Does that even matter? Also, Southeast Asia, that's a big region. Oh my God. Okay.
Another thing to note here is that many countries outside China are very likely to be the source. So that's
qualitative data is likely data that represents some quality like blue eyes or left-handed. Okay, there you go. Sorry. What do you call it when you what would you call data that has like I guess some kind of weighting to it? You would just call it weighted data, wouldn't you? Like, if I were to ask a question like what are the chances that a person is colorblind, and I give you 100 people, but then I reveal that 80 of those people are women and 20 of those people are men, your analysis is going to change, right? Since colorblind is an X-linked deficiency or whatever. Would you what would you call that? Would that just be or more quantitative or subjective or weighted data? I don't know.
And of course, another thing to note here is that many countries outside China are very likely to be the source. So that's something that was also neglected in Peter's calculation, is that we need to account for other countries. It doesn't have to be China. Thing to note here is that many countries outside China are very likely to be the source. So that's something that was also neglected in Peter's calculation, is that we need to account for other countries. It doesn't have to be China.
This is such a crazy, man. 2020, Wuhan's population stood at 12.3 million, divided by total relevant East Asian urban population, 1.66 billion. And then 2x for large cities. Why? Like, shouldn't it at least be done at the very least? If we want to do the laziest way of doing this, shouldn't it be 2x based on like population density at least? Shouldn't that like at least factor in? Or like what?
Just note that we didn't estimate Wuhan because it's farther from the places. We just said it's around the place. So again, a conservative estimate.
Conservative. That's a conservative. Okay.
Okay, under the lab leak hypothesis, so Wuhan has WAV. That's the second largest lab for coronaviruses. The biggest lab is in North Carolina, which is much more significant. WAV regularly collect coronaviruses and conduct gain-of-function research. These two are basically the largest labs. We give WAV 20% of the world coronavirus gain-of-function.
Okay, we're just gonna blow. Okay.
There's been a lot of reports that there's safety issues with WAV.
Why? Why are you asking why? Fucking retards. He just explained it. Because the Wuhan IV Institute of Virology is located in Wuhan and is the second largest lab for coronaviruses. They regularly collect coronaviruses from Southeast Asia and conduct gain-of-function research. The North Carolina lab is probably more likely, as the volume of gain-of-function research they do on coronaviruses is greater. Therefore, the Wuhan Institute of Virology probably does 20% of all coronavirus gain-of-function research. He says it right here. Pay attention, idiots.
There's been a lot of reports that there's safety issues with WAV. We didn't dig into that because that would require looking at whether that is significantly higher than other labs. So we're just ignoring that. What is important?
We're 38. We're almost halfway through this guy's presentation. Holy shit!
Is that at what level was coronavirus gain-of-function research being done? So these are the virus BSL, the safety levels for labs 1, 2, 3, 4. SARS and MERS usually require BSL 3. WIV had up to BSL 4, and it turns out that the gain-of-function research on coronavirus was done in BSL 2. So the sources for that is we see it here in the website. They describe each pathogen.
Oh, what is the website? We see it on the website? On the official website of the Wuhan Institute of Virology in 2017, bat coronaviruses are handled in BSL 2. Okay. Is that... actually, you know what? Fuck. I'm supposed to leave soon. I want to see, I actually want to go to this website. What is this website? www.archive.org/web/2017 10/2305/351//http://www.virus.org.cn. What does that stand for? Canada or China? /resource. Did I type this right? Fuck! 2017 10/23/05 10/23/05 and then 3516 http://www.virus.org.cn/resource. Does anybody know what the fuck that website is? Oh, it's web.archive. The live viruses stored in the library include human medical viruses, zoonotic viruses, livestock and poultry viruses, insect viruses, plant viruses, and bacteriophages. A virus-sensitive cell bank and a virus genetic resource bank have been established. A digital management system has been implemented, and 13 virus databases and information sharing platforms and web servers have been established. Over the years, the center has provided teaching, research materials, and other related virus resource services to domestic and foreign research institutions, colleges and universities, and enterprises, and has maintained close contact and cooperation with relevant domestic and foreign institutions. Does this have to do with where they do the research, or is this just where they store them? Or is that the same thing as... is this the same thing that they do the research in? Please let me click this. Hi, baby. Like, is the assumption that there's gain of function research being done on every single one of these things in where all of it is stored at? National Virus Resource Center. This is the Wuhan Institute of Virology, right? This isn't like a totally different place, is it? Okay, it is affiliated with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. China's register was included by the National Health and Family Planning Commission as one of 6 national level human transmissible pathogenic microorganism virus collection institution. Largest virus collection in Asia with about 1,200 viruses isolates. Viruses stored in the collection include human metal. Center features. Center responsibilities. Pathogen mechanism research. The paragraph says stored. Isn't he claiming they were doing work with them? Yeah, I'm curious if they do the research that he's claiming at this lab, or if there's any like information about that. But I don't even know if I can find that. Or maybe they wouldn't even say it here. Maybe they wouldn't admit it. I wish I knew where this this Anthony Fauci email was coming from. That's part of this screenshot, but.
What BSL did. So the sources for that is we see it turns out viruses usually require BSL-3, WIV head up to BSL-4.
So like this says right here, for instance, potentially harmful pathogens like SARS and MERS usually require at least BSL-3. But I mean, like we can see, it feels like they were storing a ton of shit. Like all of it is open on their website. Like it's not like this is like top secret info or anything. Like it's all just, fuck. Like it's all just here. I feel like if you went on Joe Rogan, I feel like you could start so many fucking memes. Did you know they were storing rabies on only BSL-3? They weren't even storing and they have measles at BSL-2? Herpes is on BSL-2? Because to an average person, they probably think everything should just be fucking BSL-4 because it just sounds like it should be. Canine coronavirus, BSL-2. Rat coronavirus, BSL-2. And bat coronavirus, BSL-2. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
It turns out that the gain of function research on coronavirus was done in BSL-2. So the sources for that is we see it here in the website. They describe each pathogen, what BSL it is. You can see here from the leaked emails from the Freedom of Information Act, you can see here how virologists responded to hearing that this is done in BSL-2 lab, Wild West.
That you have nothing. There's no context for this email at all. It's a cut off one line, one sentence. What? I don't even know what this is responding to.
You can see here how virologists responded to hearing that this is done in BSL-2 lab, Wild West. Here is Xi Jinping, who's heading this research in WIV, saying they did BSL-2 and BSL-3. Here is a specific gain of function.
Laboratory biosafety guidelines for working with SARS-CoV-2. At a minimum, BSL-2 facilities, practices, and procedures are recommended for diagnostic research, anatomic pathology, environmental testing, and virus propagation utilizing SARS-CoV-2. At minimum, ABSL-2 is recommended for work with these viruses in animal models. So this doesn't even violate our own practices and procedures. Updated as of March 27, 2024. This is going to be actual AIDS. Here are the email leaks.
Study done under BSL-2 conditions. This is by far the much more troubling than anything else. Something to understand about BSL-2. So if you see the little cute guy here, he does not have any protection on his respiratory tract. You can go to YouTube and look for BSL-2 labs guidelines. You will see no masks as long as you look before 2020, right? After 2020, everyone started putting masks. But prior to that, BSL-2 lab is no mask.
Okay, I'm talking out my ass here. I don't know if anybody here works in research. I would be shocked if you're working with viruses that can transmit like this, that something like an N95 mask would ever be a requirement to wear. My guess is you would either be wearing like full protective stuff or you wouldn't need anything. The idea that you would rely on something that's like 95 or 99% safe, I feel like that would be a thing where it's like, if you're masked up, you're in like a biohazard suit or like a full face covering thing. It wouldn't be like here's a percentage chance thing. That just seems, I don't know, super dumb in my opinion, but what you're describing is BSL-4 lab PPE. He's describing BSL-2. What would be the point of wearing like just a mask like that? Because it blocks your breath, or? Because my understanding is like for stuff like those masks, that's never 100%. And why would you risk anything in a place like this?
Here, for BSL-3, you have full head coverage and
unless it's just like blocking your breath to not contaminate stuff, maybe.
Respirator, and BSL-4 is a full body cover. Okay, so people playing with SARS-2 under BSL-2 lab, one could say this is a guarantee of infection.
Okay. Why does the CDC website then literally just recommend BSL-2 for SARS-CoV-2? For right here, it's literally on this website.
Okay, so let's update our numbers. This is where we left last time. 1.48 is what we said for zoonosis. 20% is what we said for lab leak. We gave 10 and 30 because we don't have enough.
That 1.48% number was literally just you dividing all of the population up? That's where he got that number from. What?
We don't have enough confidence on how much other gain of function for we left out infection. Okay, so let's update our numbers. This is where we left last time. 1.48 is what we said for zoonosis. 20% is what we said for lab leak. We gave 10 and 30 because we don't have enough confidence on how much other gain of function work was being done in other labs. We're giving a very mild update for BSL-2. I mean, this could easily be claimed to be a 20 factor. So we're giving it 4 and 2 for the conservative. Updating, this is our new number. Any questions at this point?
It could easily be 20? Doesn't that significantly change your outcome here?
Updating, this is our new number. Any questions at this point?
I'm still looking at your summary probabilities. Sorry, what does the adjust for BSL-2 line mean?
Okay, so
the adjust for BSL-2 line, it looks like an arbitrary risk factor that they added for the probability of a leak of the virus. So if you were being impartial, they added a 4x probability multiplier here. If you were being low, then it'd be 2, and if you were doing a high probability, it'd be 6. But this number came from literally nowhere. It's just like, I don't know, 2, 4, 6. He literally said it could easily be 20. You're exponentially off. You're an order of magnitude off. It could be 500% higher, and you just, source is literally works cited crack pipe.
So here you have the base factor by how much we will be increasing the odds for lab leak. So this is basically the ratio between the conditional probabilities, right? This is the conditional probability of the location being Wuhan under zoonosis. This is the conditional probability of the location being Wuhan under lab leak. So the ratio between them is how much you're going to increase your odds. And for BSL2, we don't go for the conditional probabilities directly. We just say this is another increase of 4x.
I mean, but what is that coming from? Is that does it have to do with, you're talking about lab safety questions? You're saying that
yes, this is the fact that if we're talking about lab leak, that these people were handling SARS-2 and BSL-2, basically not protecting their respiratory tract. That's,
okay.
It's just made up. It's literally just made up. This is $100,000. Dude, I'm going crazy. I gotta play video games. We gotta retire. I gotta get the fuck out of here. This is $100,000 debate. This is just made up. You understand what he just said, right? He said I made it up, right?
I mean, but what is that coming from? Does it have to do with, you're talking about lab safety questions? You're saying that
yes, this is the fact that if we're talking about lab leak, that these people were handling SARS-2 and BSL-2, basically not protecting their respiratory tract. That's
okay. I might dive into more of that later. Thank you.
So it's if you don't wear any safety gear, then it just goes up a little bit, or a lot of it, or not at all a bit, or
basically not protecting their respiratory tract. That's,
okay. I might dive into more of that later. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we will be looking at specific activities in 2019 and overall in the WIV. So foreign cleavage sites were a hot topic. They were gradually being recognized as an important feature in the infectiousness of activity of viruses. You can see here some studies mentions. Won't go over all of them.
I want to hear him explain this now.
Very important is the diffuse proposal, which we'll be discussing in detail next session. So this is a grant proposal by WIV and North Carolina and the EcoHealth Alliance, asking for, I think, $50 million in order to study bad coronaviruses. Specifically, it included the gain of function section, which had these three features. One is looking for human ACE2 binding. Another is introducing human cleavage sites if they don't exist, and experimenting with glycans. Again, will be discussed next session. All of these exist in SARS-2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious. These exist in SARS.
What was the year for this? This is a grant proposal? Was this grant even granted? I like how he doesn't go into any of this at all. Well, I can't even read this shit. Okay, it looks like this was requested for Wuhan, Palo Alto, California, Cumming, and Wuhan, China, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, New York, Singapore, and then Madison, Wisconsin. Total funds requested, 514 million. Proposal, validity period, 6 months. Date proposal submitted is March 27, 2018. So then all of these labs have been doing the exact same type of research? There's 0% chance that he wrote this from that, by the way. This was absolutely copy-pasted from some tweet or some from random dude that made this, guaranteed, but... Oh, cool, we have this. Okay. $75 pages. Okay, amount requested proposal for this is $14.2 million for what, their specific lab, or? Our goal is to diffuse the potential for spillover of novel bat origin, high zoonotic risk SARS-related coronaviruses in Asia and TA1 We will intensively sample bats at our field sites where we have identified high spillover risks of SARS-CoV-2. We will sequence the spike proteins, reverse engineer them to conduct binding assays. I knew how to pronounce it at one point. And then insert them into bat SARS-CoV backbones, then use these bat SARS-CoV backbones, not SARS-CoV, and are exempt from dual use and gain-of-function concerns. And then insert them into SARS-R. I don't know what SARS-R means. SARS is severe acute respiratory syndrome. R, what does the R stand for? Assays? The SARS-CoV backgrounds and are exempt from dual use and gain-of-function concerns to infect humanized mice and assess capacity to cause SARS-like disease. Our modeling team will use these data to build machine learning genotype-phenotype models of viral evolution and spillover risk. We'll uniquely validate these with serology from previously collected human samples via LIPS assays. I'm not pronouncing this right. I know I'm not. Assays that assess which proteins allow spillover into people. We will build host pathogen spatial models to predict the bat species composition of caves across Southeast Asia, parameterized with a full inventory of host virus distribution over field districts, 3 cases in union, province, a series of unique global data sets on the bat. By the end of year Y1, the year 1, I guess, of the grant, we will create a prototype app for the warfighter that identifies the likelihood of bats harboring dangerous viral pathogens at any site across Asia. In TA2, we'll be evaluating 2 approaches to reduce SARS-CoV shedding in cave bats, broad-scale immune boosting, in which case we will inoculate bats with immune modulators to upregulate their innate immune response and downregulate viral replication, targeted immune boosting, which inoculates with novel chimeric polyvalent recombinant spike proteins. Oh, I've heard this meme before that people don't like. Polyvalent recombinant spike proteins plus the immune modulator to enhance innate immunity against specific high-risk viruses. We will trial inoculum delivery methods on captive bats, including a novel automated aerosolized system, transdermal nanoparticle application, and edible adhesive gels. We use stochastic simulation modeling informed by field. Okay, members are required to move, work together. Okay, gotcha. I'm assuming this must have been approved, right? It wouldn't be that stupid that they would point to something like this that didn't actually get approved, right? A SARS-like cluster of circulating bat coronaviruses shows potential for human emergence. Here's published research from their program, all done in BSL-3 labs. Sure, this is 2015 though. Oh, they were already doing literally this exact same type of research in 2015, though, and earlier, probably for at least a couple years earlier, right? We generated and characterized a chimeric virus expressing the spike of bat coronavirus SHC014 in a mouse-adapted SARS-CoV backbone. The results indicate that group 2B viruses encoding the SHC014 spike in a wild-type backbone can efficiently use multiple orthologs of the SARS receptor human angiotensin converting enzyme 2, ACE2, replicate efficiently in primary human airway cells and achieve in vitro titers equivalent to epidemic strains of SARS-CoV. Oh, holy fuck. Okay. So the idea, I'm just reading the abstract. So it was always a concern, I guess, that a new coronavirus could emerge from these populations, and they were even looking at or maybe, I don't know, maybe I guess if SARS-CoV acted on I don't know if SARS-CoV acted on the ACE2 receptor. I don't know if they actually, maybe they didn't. Yeah. Is the, fuck, I don't know the thing. Is there evidence that that one grant was actually approved and accepted and that they were funding stuff with it, or? It does. That is the same receptor it binds to. Okay. Wait, looks like the diffuse stuff was rejected. No shot, right? This says, I'm not currently recommending funding of this effort. However, there are several points of great interest in the proposed effort that are potentially fundable should additional funding become available. Oh shit, did they not actually? There's no shot it would be that stupid, right?
SARS-2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious. So we're adding here, this match is also very suspicious.
You know what's funny is that he's actually falling into 4306. He's falling into one of the very traps that he lays out as like these like trapped priors, or maybe the smoking gun claim or whatever, where he's dramatically overvaluing the strength of some evidence. Like, I wonder if he asked himself, like, has research like this ever been going on? If it has been, well, I guess they'll get into the genetic part on the second part of the debate, but...
Icons, again, will be discussed next session. All of these exist in SARS-2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious. So we're adding here the probability of all of these happening. Okay, so the probability of... okay, so let me explain what we do here. So
he's just making up numbers for this shit. Like, he's just making up numbers.
If we're talking about gain of function, then it's very likely that this will happen, that this will match the kind of work that was interesting to virologists at the time.
Like, he's making this mistake of...
It's very likely that this will happen, that this...
Like, what are the chances that an emerging virus would have exactly the characteristics of what we're studying? Like, I feel like this is a reverse survivorship bias, right? Like, it's so crazy that all of the planes that were shot down all seem to be shot in the same spot. Like, they must be aiming at that spot every single time they shoot. And it's like, well, no, you don't see all the planes that make it back. You're just seeing the planes that have crashed. Is there like a diership, like a die bias instead of a survivorship bias?
This will match the kind of work that was interesting to virologists at the time. And now we need to estimate what is the best explanation on the zoonosis. Okay, so why would these features all happen in this new pandemic if it's not from a lab? So for the FCS, we say, okay, this is what enabled the jump. So we're not giving it a very high update because it's still an update because it could be other features that will enable the jump to humans. But let's give FCS that is what caused it to be a pandemic, right? So something needs to happen in order for this to be not just any virus. So that's why FCS is not that.
Not very high. Like, what? These numbers are literally based on nothing.
Strong. And for ACE2, the question is, why would a virus jumping from nature be so well adapted to human ACE2? That is pretty weird. We will discuss in more detail next session, but that's...
Okay, someone in chat typed out that he does really well in the second section. SARS-CoV, we should know enough bullshit to be able to look this up directly, right? What would I look for? I would be looking for... Oh, no, wait, I don't need to look this up. This was arguably just part of this paper. No! Although she was cool. Wait, if I understood this correctly. Or wait, actually, wait, it might not even brought up the other thing. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so for instance, in this paper, so it's talking about the receptor part of the spike protein on the SARS-CoV virus, and they're right here. And these are critical for binding to the ACE2 receptor. So SARS-CoV did bind to the ACE2 receptor. It bound to the exact same receptor. So hold on. So he's saying,
and for ACE2, the question is, why would a virus jumping from nature be so well adapted to human ACE2?
Because ACE2 is it seems like there was a word they used for it here. That seems like a receptor that binds with high affinity to ACE2 from humans, ferrets, cats, and other species with high receptor homology. It seems like this is a receptor that's relatively shared to some extent, or at least the binding affinity for whatever amino acids you need to bind is shared for this receptor, right? There's no shot that he survives part 2 if he says something that stupid, right? I don't believe it.
That is pretty weird.
Oh, okay.
We will discuss in more detail next session, but that's pretty suspicious.
Now, I've heard that conspiracy that he said, repeated by dipshits on Joe Rogan, all of the medical frauds and doctors that should have everything in their lives revoked from them, that whole, it's specially made just to infect humans. Newsflash, everything is specially made to infect humans. That's how evolution works. If it wasn't specially made to infect us, it wouldn't infect us at all. No shit, Sherlock Holmes. That's like saying human male cocks are specially made to go into human-made vaginas. Yeah, that's what they're for. No shit.
And glycans discussed next session, also a small update. So
the whole question should be, can you explain, because what he's really arguing for then, I don't know if he realizes it, the molecular biological argument he's making here would be that SARS-CoV was made in a lab and infected humans, because that's where some of that binding affinity from the, on the BDS, boycott, divest, sanction Israel. No, I'm just kidding. What was it called? The domain-specific binding, DSB. Wait, what, DSB? I feel like I would remember that. Wait, was that what it was called? Oh, fuck, I'm gonna forget this. I'm not gonna remember this. Fuck! Receptor binding domain, RBD. That's what it was. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, so that's the update.
Fuck it, we'll stream time. Okay, I'm finishing this.
We have here, growing to 97.
Also, what? I like how he didn't even touch. What are N-glycans, bro?
So
what is that?
Next session, but that's
he didn't even mention that. But he has a whole separate category for those. N-glycans. What are the chances of that? Well, everything from 1 to 2, I guess, and for human ACE2, anything from 3 to 10, I guess. Also, I don't know how you ordinarily calculate your deviances your deviations or whatever, but this ACE2 thing is the only thing that he's like changed. Oh, no, wait, he did it with his FSC as well. He's giving a higher weight to his high end of probability here that's going to change his weighted probability. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. Look, for all of these other ones, his deviation is the exact same from the left to right. He's using the exact same deviation to subtract from his impartial to get to low and to add to his impartial to get to high. But on these 3 ones down here, he's adding more weight to the high than he is to the low. Look, he goes from 2 down to 1.5, so you'd expect to see 2.5 in the right column, but you don't, you see 3. From here he goes from 5 to 3 in the low, but he goes from 5 to 10 in the high. From here he goes from 1.5 to 1 in the low, and then from here, he does go to 2 for the high here. Why does he weight, I don't even remember what he called FCS, and the human ACE2 thing, why does he weight these 2 more on the high end? Because that's going to skew his weighted average, because I think he's just taking the mean of these 3, whatever.
Pretty suspicious.
Oh, if you're in cleavage site, okay.
Glycans discussed next session, also a small update. So, yeah, so that's the update we have here, growing to 97.
I wasn't going to make that joke because I didn't think anybody would get that joke, but you know what, Selcopa? A fucking plus, my friend. He said, at Destiny, now we know where the Trump team got the idea for the tariff formulas. True. Actual trueness.
7. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take all the data we talked so far, and I'm going to put it in a different framework and see that it reaches a very similar number. Okay, and I think this is...
I'm sorry, I got this. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take all the data we talked so far, and I'm going to put it in a different framework and see that it reaches a very similar number.
Oh, we're doing a sanity check. Thank God. Thank God, thank God, thank God.
Okay, and I think this one is much easier to understand. It's just not the way we usually do it.
I like how it's just easier to understand. Like the last stuff was just... The last stuff was like just so complicated for us. Our feeble minds couldn't possibly get it. But now he's going to finally break it down for us retards here. The 2 PhD whatever fucking judges couldn't understand, but now we're finally going to break it down. Thank God.
So perhaps this should have been the main focus, but it doesn't matter. You can use either one. So what we're going to do here is not going to talk about ratios. We're going to discuss each one separately, estimating the frequency of emergence per year. So on zoonosis, we will look, we will try to estimate at what frequency we will have a bat coronavirus pandemic starting in Wuhan. Okay, this is our target, and we try to estimate its frequency. So
why does it have to be a bat also, by the way? It couldn't be anything else?
Zoonosis, we have SARS and MERS, which did not cause a pandemic. We have HKU1, which is endemic but not lethal. So basically, we didn't have a bat coronavirus ever causing a pandemic, but let's generously give it once every 20 years, 5%.
Wait. He just said we've never had this happen before. So let's give it, so why would you give it anything at all?
A year. And we want it to happen in Wuhan. That's 1.5% as discussed before.
Oh, of course.
And this is your final number for zoonosis.
Okay, thank you. What a genius analysis. Okay.
Lab leak, let's look at the chain of causality. So what we're saying is the defuse proposal got rejected. I don't know if I said that. So the proposal didn't happen. But
wait, then why did he even bring it up? Well, that proposal didn't even happen. Then why'd you even have it back there? Wait, what? Wasn't that part of his calculation for... Hold on. 4627, wait.
About coronavirus.
If that proposal didn't even happen, then what was the fucking point of this whole thing?
Specifically, it included human ACE2 binding. We discussed suspicious. So, SARS2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious.
How? Okay.
Proposal didn't happen, but it gives you a good indication of what virologists were interested in doing at the time. And we actually know that, we'll talk about it later, we know that North Carolina did do some of these activities, so it's very reasonable to assume WFV also did some of these activities.
Why would we assume that just because one lab did it, the other lab did it? Are they duplicating research all the time? They're just duplicating it all?
So we're giving 40% that they started it.
Okay, so, okay.
According to the proposal.
What? Okay, all right, okay. Could you at least demonstrate that like 40% of all research is shared or duplicated from one lab to the next?
That means screening for human ACE2 match. We know today that there are viruses in nature that are identical to SARS-2 in terms of their ACE2 match. We know WFV had 180 viruses they collected and didn't publish. So we think it's pretty likely that they would find within this database a good ACE2 match.
Wait, but I thought you just said, what are the chances of this emerging naturally? Does he not know that ACE2 here is the same thing as the ACE2 in his last slide? I thought he just said that the chances of it emerging naturally are very, very sus. But now he's saying there's 52 published SARS-2 viruses. I don't even know what a SARS-2 virus is. Was that listed anywhere? Am I being pedantic?
They would then optimize it for human infection, like adding an FCS if an FCS doesn't exist there. That's basically what it says, so it's going to happen. And then they're going to play with this thing in BSL2. So some would say that's 100% infection, but because it's hard to estimate, let's put 15%. And this is the rate of, and then it might still leak and not create a pandemic, or create a pandemic not in Wuhan, so that's another 40%. So you multiply that, you get a frequency of 1.2% per year. You normalize this, and this is your move. And this is, how do I make this thing go away? And you get a final number of 94%. Okay, so. So very, very similar to here, using a very different method.
So sorry, this is where.
I want to. What question? A lot of suspiciously round numbers show up in your highly intricate, mathematically and data-driven analysis. I noticed that we're seeing a lot of numbers like 40% and 15% and 40%. Okay.
Of 94%. Okay, so very, very similar to here, using a very different method.
So sorry, this is where perhaps it's better to ask my question, and I think I conflated two things before. So you have the stat here, given the infectivity, so conditioned on there being some sort of HAI, you have a 40% chance that would start a pandemic in Wuhan. I think what I'm asking you to compare is, given that some of your other slides, or given that some of the other data suggests that LAIs or lab acquired infections are much, much more common than routinely thought yet most do not result in a pandemic. It seems like that estimate is orders of magnitude higher than what some of your other slides would suggest, and it seems like that would be...
Yeah, of course. So I'll explain. So we're talking about a specific process, which is described in diffuse, which is about looking for ACE2 matches, adding...
But this process you said was literally rejected. So how could you even estimate this when you said all of this research is new? How are you even...
a firm cleavage site if needed, and checking the performance of this virus, right? So this is basically SARS-2. SARS-2 is a high ACE2 match with an FCS. This is what it is. So if you do that in a lab, and the worker gets infected, then SARS-2 starts, right? Because we know how infectious SARS-2 is. Okay, so the whole idea of this analysis is to look at the causality chain, not thinking statistically about how often this happens, but specifically what are all the things that need to happen in order to reach the final result of a pandemic, a bad coronavirus pandemic in Wuhan.
This guy talks a lot and says nothing of substance as well. He really doesn't.
Right, but I think I want to focus on this just because it seems very important to the analysis, and I appreciate that there are other analyses. Like, it doesn't, like, this is not, were this not to be true, it is not, you know, dispositive for the overall case. But I think a 40% likelihood of a pandemic, given the infectivity of it, I think that is what I'm questioning. For instance, in some of those initial initial slides that talked about lab-acquired infections, they talked about examples in the 70s through the early 2000s of smallpox leaking out of British labs, where there was a generally low level of background antibody protection, and smallpox has a much higher rate of infectivity than SARS, or like, you know, its R naught is higher. So I think what I'm questioning is where that 40% comes from, given that we have evidence of that you cite of higher infectivity strains coming out of a lab but not starting a pandemic.
Excuse me, sir. Are you stupid? Can you look at the numbers, please? There's no way this guy is going to have a meaningful response to that. There is just zero. He's just going to blurb his way through some very random, unprecise statement and hope that this guy doesn't feel like a bully and continue asking him actual pointed questions.
I'll have to look at the smallpox cases.
All of them?
But basically the idea here is that we know how SARS-2 works. If I'm telling you I'm going to get a lab worker infected unknowingly, and he starts walking around with, playing with his family and friends and gym, I think we know what happens. We know what SARS-2 is. So
would it be fair?
That is how this works. But I will look into smallpox and see if I can understand why the discrepancy.
Okay.
Yeah. So now let's look at the other location.
It's just going to be all of this is going to be actually brain dead. All of this is just going to be like, I bet I could write the rest of this. How likely was the Hunan market to be first location noticed? Probably under zoonosis. Very low, because the probability of the virus spreading is equal amongst all of China and Southeast Asia, apparently. Probably under lab leak, high, because they're just going to pick the place closest to the Wuhan lab. Much higher. Because remember, he's going to assume an equal probability of the virus emerging from all parts of Southeast Asia. But then he's going to assume a higher probability if it was a lab leak of it coming from just like one of 2 labs or one of 6 labs. And he's going to say that it's much, much higher because he would just look at that's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say.
Seafood market was the first super spreader,
here we go.
Large cluster identified. This is often the way you would often hear it in the probabilistic, like the intuitive probabilistic arguments, is to say, okay, Wuhan is a coincidence, but the market within Wuhan is another coincidence. So cancel those out, and you're left with the prior of most pandemics starting with zoonosis. So what we'll try to show here is to show that this is a much weaker coincidence. And also in the next sessions, we'll also discuss other evidence that supports on top of that lab leak. Okay, let's look at the probability under both hypotheses of Wuhan happening. So the claim on the zoonosis is the market is one of very few places with live wildlife. It's the 1600th most visited place in Wuhan, so that's a huge coincidence that it has wildlife. There's an environmental sample that contained both raccoon dog DNA and SARS-2, indicating that raccoon dog brought it to the market. And there are positive environmental samples that appear to be near wildlife stalls. That is the gist of most of the claims around why the market is strong evidence for zoonosis. Of course, if it's not clear, wildlife
that's cringe. Hold on, we're about to go through some base shit.
A good way for new viruses to get introduced to humans.
Okay, but
So one thing that is very important to
oh no, okay.
understand that when we will be looking now at studies that try to pinpoint the market, is we need to be very careful with retrospective studies. Okay, if the saying goes, if you torture the data long enough, it will eventually confess to anything. So when you do extensive data analysis, you look into a lot of data, patterns will always emerge, just because the sheer volume of data and the searches you make. So in order to claim that there is any significance, you need to account for the scale of the search and the size of the search space. Only then is the finding significant. And we're going to see a lot of problems around this. This is known as the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, cherry picking, hindsight bias, p-hacking, multiple comparisons problems. It has many names.
This is absolutely not even remotely relevant here. This would be relevant if we were literally just coming on an Excel spreadsheet of a bunch of numbers. But there is so much other type of data assessment here, some of which is qualitative, right? I think if you talk about like the types of spaces that are available, there's so much more going on here in this analysis than just looking at a spreadsheet of numbers divorced from all reality and context.
In different fields, but the idea is that when you look for stuff in retrospect and look for something specific, you're much more likely to find it if you have a lot of data to play with. This is something that is, in forensics, this is known as junk science. This was an issue that got a lot of innocent people in jail. We talked before about the murder case we covered, in which they made a match from this mess of bloodstains to this shoe. The Dreyfus affair from 120 years ago also had the same issue about experts claiming that for a handwriting match, because they matched a few details and said that every weak match together creates a pattern. This thing was exposed by Henri Poincaré, which was a famous mathematician at the time. So that was one of the first cases where math was got into the court and affected forensics.
None of that has to do with like a sharpshooter fallacy at all, but maybe he's just naming random problems with analyzing data or something. Okay.
Something that is especially risky is if the people doing these studies are motivated. Okay, because if there's the problem of people noticing patterns that aren't there. That's a huge issue. If they want certain patterns, that's much more risky. Now, it doesn't have to be malicious. It's just you just become much more happy when you see a pattern that you like. You want to invest more effort in that area. So what we see is that four of the authors of the main market study also wrote the proximal origin study from the beginning of the pandemic, and we now have a lot of internal emails between them. Study from the beginning of the pandemic.
Well, yeah, their opinion didn't change. I don't understand what the point of this is. So this first study was the study that we read. What is the argument that he's making?
And market study, four of the authors of the main market study also wrote the proximal origin study from the beginning of the pandemic, and we now have a lot of internal emails between them. And
these messages unmistakably demonstrate the researcher's awareness of their colleagues' biases for specific outcomes, as highlighted in the quote about Ron. However, it's important to note that Ron is he's not even in the HSM paper. Okay. February 2nd, 2020, Rambout discussed omitting the likely possibility of a lab leak to avoid a political shit show. Anderson said, I totally agree. Additionally, Andrew fears the Chinese reaction of being accused of... Okay, what is this about? February 2nd, 2020. Roading through Ron's comments. Again, I agree, but what we differ is from the... where we differ is that he's looking for specific evidence proving that this is unnatural, which is understandable. But except for the most simple scenario where somebody plugged a gene into a pre-existing backbone, that would simply be impossible to prove. Natural selection and accidental release are both plausible scenarios explaining the data, and an a priori should be equally weighed as possible explanations. The presence of furin posteriori moves me slightly towards accidental release, but it's well above my pay grade to call the shots on a final conclusion. Who is Christian Anderson? On part 3, he calls... Oh, shut the fuck up. Is he one of the researchers? Andrew Rambent, given the shit show that would happen if anyone serious accused the Chinese of even accidental release, my feeling is we should say that given there is no evidence of a specifically engineered virus, we cannot possibly distinguish between natural evolution and escape, and so we are content with ascribing it to natural processes. Yeah, but I totally agree that's a very reasonable conclusion, although I hate when politics inject into science, but it's impossible not to, given the situation we should... Wait, it sounds like, I could be wrong, but when I read this, it sounds like they're not debating on whether or not to hide whether it leaked from a lab or not, but the debate was over whether or not they should say it was specifically engineered versus whether it was natural evolution and escape. So this has nothing to do with them saying we should lie about it being lab leak. They're just saying that there's no evidence of it being specifically engineered, although that would be really hard to prove regardless. But
not with the pandemic. And we now have a lot of market study, also wrote the proximal origin study from the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay, Anderson and Rambolt were on this. The Huanan seafood wholesale market in Wuhan was the early epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. Was this just the big public statement? This wasn't a research paper, right? This was just the public statement, right? The Huanan seafood market was the epicenter. It was this thing, right? Oh. Yeah, this isn't a research paper or a study. This is just that statement that we read earlier that the scientists were like signing on to. Am I correct? Or is there more here? Sci-Hub. Fuck. Oh wait, somebody else has a thing? Hold on. Oh, okay, sorry. This is a paper that they write. Gotcha. Thank you.
And we now have a lot of internal emails between them. And I'll not go over all of it. I'm sure many people have already seen it. You see a lot of attempts to, first of all, they recognize what this means to their field. They know that virologists really don't want that this would be blamed on virologists. They discuss how to present this.
Wait. That wasn't that it would be blamed on virologists. What they were talking about here is that they said that China would throw up a huge shit show. Given the shit show that would happen if anyone seriously accused the Chinese of even accidental release, that's what they're talking about here.
This would be blamed on virologists.
Now maybe in that upper one here, maybe they would, but I can't read this. I don't know what the fuck the resolution is of this, but
virologists really don't want that this would be blamed on virologists. They discuss how to present this to the press in a way that would divert them away from lab leak.
The emails revealed efforts to deflect questions about the possibility of COVID-19 originating from a lab. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. This is playing on his previous emails and includes humor to deflect the fact that I'm dismissing him. So yes, the smiley face is very deliberate. Can't ignore him and can't give him the scientific story. That would only lead to follow-up questions. I'm hoping that by including extremely busy, I'll also be able to deflect requests for a call and also give me an out of jail for. Okay, I don't even know what this is. Okay, hi Don. Who? Don who? Donald Trump? National security, White House spooks. I wish my life was that exciting, but I unfortunately don't have anything to add here. My existence isn't really in technicolor, so I'm just focused on the science, smiley face. Specifically, we're trying to understand the timing, origin, and transmission of the virus as we outline in our proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 post on Virological. The data is consistent with a natural scenario and inconsistent with a scenario involving any type of deliberate genetic engineering, including a bioweapon. Our post on Virological is currently under peer review, and we're still getting feedback from a lot of people to ensure that once published, the scientific message is clearly possible. In parallel, we're extremely busy working on more lay language material, including FAQs, that we hope will help clarify important questions about the virus and epidemic to the general public. We're hoping that all this will be finalized within the next couple of weeks, so happy to loop back with you once all of this is complete. Best of luck with the story. And please let me know. I wonder who he's... Sounds good, Eddie. I was on a conference call hosted by the National Academy of Sciences yesterday, and a statement about this not being engineering should be coming out from them. The idea of engineering and bioweapons is definitely not going away, and I'm still getting pinged by journalists. I have noticed some of them starting to ask more broadly about lab escape, and for now I've just ignored them. There might be a time where we need to tackle that directly more head on, but all of you, okay. So it sounds like they just don't want to get into the, like, trying to distinguish any sort of, like, bioweapon or natural escape is what this is about. I guess you can argue about whether or not the whether they could have. This is nothing. But
to present this to the press in a way that would divert them away from lab leak. We know that internally they initially suspected lab leak very strongly, but then when they went public, they presented it as some.
Wait, internally they suspected lab leak strongly. Doesn't that contradict your initial premise that people tend to pursue the thing that they initially assumed to be true? Now you just completely contradicted that heuristic.
Crazy conspiracy theory. Now they say they changed their mind given the evidence. That's fine. That's good science. But saying that people who think it are have some problem with their inference when they themselves thought it initially, that's of course very suspicious.
It's not if they're researchers. If a researcher thought something initially and then they researched it and then they changed their mind on it, there's absolutely nothing suspicious about that at all, as long as you can demonstrate the change, which they have in their published research, right? Well, at least two of these guys, I think didn't they already publish work? This guy had gone over where they published work saying that initially they thought it was leaked from a lab and then they changed their mind after they did more research.
So given that these are
He's falling into all of the traps that he laid out initially, right? Discounting some evidence, overweighting other evidence.
People who are doing the study, these are studies that are heavily based on pattern matching. This is something that if you want to have a robust probabilistic analysis, you just throw this away. This is something we will not consider in.
Wait, what?
So given that these are the people who are doing the study, and these are studies that are heavily based on pattern matching, this is something that if you want to have a robust probabilistic analysis, you just throw this away. This is something we will not consider in if you want to do a serious result. Here we're doing a debate. I have to take address any evidence that the opposition brings. But just so you understand, there is a study that claims a p-value of 1 in 10 million for genetic manipulation of SARS-2. We looked into this. We don't agree with the p-value, but we do agree with a lot of the statements there, and we tend to think it does show manipulation, but we don't use it at all because we know how risky it is. This is just not something that is should be in the good analysis. So generally, what I would recommend is ignore it. But because it's very hard to find in retrospect where all the bias is. Okay, it's hard to when people present to you all the matches they found. It's very hard to go back and see what are all the things they looked at and didn't match.
It's actually really easy. It's called the methodology section of a paper. They'll tell you generally, explicitly, and specifically how they chose the data that they did in a good paper, in a long paper. In that 5-page one we read, maybe not as much, but in a larger paper, this is called the methodology section, where they explain exactly how they get all their data.
It's very hard for me to do that if I didn't have a camera in the room for the entire.
Why do you think you need a camera in the room to figure to? Holy fuck! Why are we even looking at this? I don't know. This was supposed to be the largest debate on this topic, and that by going through this, you're going to cover most of the ground of this. The guy put up $100,000 to do the debate. Holy fuck! There's no way. Is there really 15 hours of this, and we only have gotten through 3 hours today?
Period. However, luckily, a lot of people did have the time to dig into this, and they found a lot of issues. So I will just point some of those out to just to give a feel of how these studies look like. Okay, so one of the things is that until January 18, in order to be considered a COVID case, you needed to show connection to the market. Okay, so that's of course a big bias source. Another
Can somebody? I want this initial one here because one of the reasons why they take blood samples from people, they keep calling this serology or whatever the fuck it's called. My guess is, based on what we read so far, is so that they can go back and retroactively test some of these samples to see what diseases people actually had. So if they did retroactively change the definition for SARS-CoV-2, for COVID-19, for the infection, for the disease, then they should be able to go back and test some samples. They should have some older samples they can test to look for earlier cases. That doesn't mean it's gone or it's impossible to look.
other thing is that the whole Chinese health system was primed to look for new diseases with connection to markets. That's exactly how SARS-1 started, so everyone was looking for that, right? So when you have someone with unidentified pneumonia, okay, that's suspicious. When he works at the market, that's double suspicious. Okay, so you pay more attention to that. You can see here.
Well, but it wasn't the workers that were.
That,
I think
there
right?
are from various sources. You see that there are 90 cases that don't appear in the.
Under case definitions. The initial working case definitions for suspected NCIP were based, this is exactly what we're from, were based on the SARS and Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome case definitions as recommended by the WHO in 2003 and 2012. A suspected NCIP case was defined as a pneumonia that either fulfilled all the following 4 criteria: fever, with or without recorded temperature, radiographic evidence of pneumonia, low or normal white cell count or low lymphocyte count, and no reduction in symptoms after antimicrobial treatment for 3 days following standard clinical guidelines, or fulfilled the above mentioned first 3 criteria and had an epidemiological link to the Huanan seafood wholesale market or contact with other patients with similar symptoms. The epidemiological criteria to find a suspected case were updated on January 18, 2020, once new information on identified cases became available. The criteria were the following: a travel history to Wuhan or direct contact with patients from Wuhan who had fever or respiratory symptoms within 14 days before illness onset. A confirmed case was defined as a case with respiratory specimens that tested positive for notice by at least one or at least 2 positive tests. Okay. A 2019 nCoV laboratory test assays were based on the previous RNA carried out tests were carried out on biosafety level 2. What? And the National Institute for Viruses of 2 targets tested positive. The case be considered cycle threshold values find a positive test. The genome was identified in samples of bronchiolivar lavage fluid from the patient by one of 3 methods. Wait, is this just on one? Hold on. Wait, he was... Oh my God, sorry, 1 second.
Thing is that, okay, so January 18. Okay, so one of the things is that until January 18, in order to be considered a COVID case, you needed to show connection to the market. Okay, so that's, of course, a big bias source.
Okay, he's not reading this correctly. He's wrong. What they said was that for the initial infection, there were 4 criteria: fever, radiographic evidence of pneumonia, low or normal white cell count or low lymphocyte count, and no reduction in symptoms after antimicrobial treatment for 3 days. Or fulfilled the above-mentioned first 3 criteria and had an epidemiological link to Huanan seafood wholesale market. So if you fulfilled all 4 of these, you would be counted as a case. Or you could just fit the first 3 and have a link to the wholesale market. Or, I'm sorry, the wholesale seafood market. So he's not citing this correctly, strictly speaking, but...
Another thing is that the whole Chinese health system was primed to look for new diseases with connection to markets. That's exactly how SARS-1 started, so everyone was looking for that, right? So when you have someone with unidentified pneumonia, okay, that's suspicious. When he works at the market, that's double suspicious. Okay, so you pay more attention to that. You can see
he's not citing that correctly at all. I'm guessing he just didn't read it. Somebody else put this together for him, or
here that there are from various sources. You see that there are 90 cases that don't appear in the final cases that were reported on which this study was based on. We see that early cases that were.
Furthermore, there seems to be around 90 separate cases missing. There's no way to know why this happened and what biases it introduced. How do you know that there were even 90 missing? What? Why not go over this based on leaked Chinese government documents?
Reported that on which this study was based on. We see that early cases were cases that were reported that.
Was the study based on leaked Chinese cases that nobody knew about? What? This is an analysis of data on the first 425 lab-confirmed cases. This looks like it's talking about 174 cases here and then 266 cases. This is not the same data set at all. This is a totally different data set. I don't know if any study at all was done on this data set.
There are, from various sources, you see that there are 90 cases that don't appear in the final cases that were reported on which this study was based on.
That's not the data set that study was based on. Remember that secret I told you guys? Remember that secret I said? The methodology section? Well, the method section will usually tell you exactly what your sources of data are. It literally will say it right the fuck here. Okay.
We see that early cases were not connected to the market. You can see it here, all the blue cases. Okay, which is, as we'll see later, that is fairly not what you expect to see if the market is the first outbreak location.
What? Wait. What? A large portion of the early cases were not linked to the Huanan market. That's the most statistically illiterate statement I've ever seen in my entire life. That's like looking at a graph like this. And then being like, there were a number of cases that were nowhere near the best fit line, that were totally inexplicable. Therefore, what?
And something important to understand, the whole early cases here are unreliable. Okay, there is, first of all, because this is a disease with a relatively low lethality, so a lot of people just were sick and no one knew about it. And the other is there is no published effort to contact trace or find all these cases. So
there was no effort? The literal study that you cited. Data were collected onto standardized forms through interviews of infected persons, relatives, close contacts, and healthcare workers. We collected information on the dates of illness onset, visits to clinical facilities, hospitalization, and clinical outcomes. Epidemiological data were collected through interviews and field reports. Investigators interviewed each patient with infection and their relatives, where necessary, to determine exposure histories during the 2 weeks before the illness onset, including the dates, times, frequency, and patterns of exposures to any wild animals, especially those purportedly available in the Huanan seafood wholesale markets in Wuhan, or exposures to any relevant environments, such as that specific market or any other wet markets. Information about contact with others with similar symptoms is also included. Like, it literally, all he has to do is read the study. All you have to do is read them. All you have to do is read the thing that you're citing, and you're...
Maybe there is, but it wasn't published. Okay, so there wasn't really good effort to try and find patient zero. This by itself is evidence of a lab leak because, okay, so there wasn't really good effort to try and find patient zero.
There wasn't a good effort to try and find patient zero. How could you, what an insanely, okay.
This by itself is evidence of a lab leak because that probably means they started and found something they didn't like.
What? This is retarded. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm on it, or I'm over it. This is retarded. He's falling into. This is why I don't ever trust people that like lay out things like this. Here's the logical fallacy, and you can fall into the fallacy when you overrate some evidence and then you underrate like. How do you know it was a lab leak, bro? Well, they didn't even try to find it, which means they probably did find it, and then when they did find it, we don't know about it because they know about it, and then when they knew about it, they didn't like the answer, so then they didn't tell us. Like what?
But it's hard to say. But in general, you need to keep in mind that all the early cases, very noisy, very partial information. Any conclusions gleaned from it is very low confidence. So any conclusions gleaned from it is
it seems like they're pretty clustered, no? I feel like it's an okay clustering, no?
Very low confidence. So this is... we see that early patients are visitors rather than vendors. I accept. So Peter has responded to that, saying that they are not like proper visitors. We will concede that this is not a very important point for us. We will concede. So this is very low confidence.
Hold on.
So
he said
this is. We see that early patients are visitors rather than vendors. I accept. So Peter has responded to that, saying that they are.
The early cases are visitors, not vendors, as he points to these three things. Both of the first two cases were visitors. The first vendor case appeared on the 13th of December. Excuse me, it's your third case. It's right here. It's literally right here. It's literally right the fuck here. What are you talking about? It's right in your own graph, literally written right the fuck here. And the next one is also a vendor.
Not like proper visitors. We will concede that. This is not a very important point for us.
Or wait, is he saying the opposite? Because he said it's not an important point for us? Or is he? No, he's not.
So any conclusions gleaned for it is very low confidence. So this is, we see that early patients are visitors rather than vendors. I accept, so Peter has responded to that saying that they are not like proper visitors. We will concede that this is not a very important point for us.
I'm not even sure if he's making a point or what he's making, or what if he does. I actually don't even know what he's saying. I don't know.
We have one case, Mr. Chen. Some say 8 December, some say 16. Let's assume 16. He lives nowhere close to the market, 30 kilometers away. He didn't mention any connection to the market. And they put a thing here. He was diagnosed only because he has a relative that works in the Wuhan Central. Okay? And these are the hospitals. The hospitals in the city center are the ones that have the abilities to notice new diseases, to do genetic sequencing. The local clinics, they don't do that. They don't keep records as well as others. So the fact that we have this one case that no one has been able to connect to the market tells you that there are probably a lot of cases around the city.
First of all, he said it's not connected, and he has a relative that works at the ER. Ooh, how is that? It's not connected, but he has a relative that works at the ER of Wuhan Central Hospital across the river, which is, I thought the north side of the river is where they said most of the cases were.
When we say a lot of cases, I don't mean 10,000. I mean there are maybe 100 cases, maybe 200 cases around the city when the market started being noticed. Okay, another bias they did is they used social check-in data in order to estimate traffic. Of course, people don't really check in to a seafood market. It's not a very cool place. Also, it's generally an elderly population, so this is a very biased source to claim traffic. And we actually know the traffic. It's 10,000 visitors a day. It's a fairly busy place. We'll see later.
The app is unreliable, but we know that it's 10,000 a day because that's an average over an entire fucking year.
How this merges into the calculations. So another important thing is the environmental samples. So these were initially said that many positive samples are associated with wildlife stalls. Once they corrected it to look only at the positive ratio, which is what you see here below, you see that this corner is the hotspot, not really the stalls. And this corner, as you will see later, has a mahjong hall, which is a much likelier place to generate these samples. Another thing is that when you look at the cases, rather than environmental samples, they're pretty spread all over the place. Okay, it's hard to see here a very strong pattern, other than maybe the west side being more infected than the east side.
Unlike environmental samples, cases are evenly distributed across the market. Am I retarded? Is this evenly distributed? Because it looks like it's highly concentrated in area, whatever the fuck this is, and whatever the fuck this is. Am I retarded? Can I not count the dots? Do the spots even matter? What are we talking about here? What?
So this tells you that there's something else infecting these vendors rather than something that's happening here. Later on, we will speculate that this is the mahjong hall where the vendors went at the end of the day to play and socialize. So of course, they come from all over the market, right? So you're not more likely to come to the mahjong hall because your stall is next to it. You will come from anywhere you want, and then the infection spreads relatively evenly around the market.
But then where is the even spread around the market? What the fuck?
So of course, they come from all over the market, right? So you're not more likely.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm reading this chart wrong, I think. I'm so sorry, wait. This is the market at some time. I'm sorry, it's hard to tell anything because this guy's just using like these small pictures. This is 4 different figures of the same market, I think. I'm sorry, I just understood that. It still doesn't seem evenly spread across the market, but it's not as what it is. Okay.
You to come to the mahjong hall because your stall is next to it. You will come from anywhere you want, and then the infection spreads relatively evenly around the market.
To be clear, the mahjong hall is not a place that visitors to the market can go. It was only people who work.
I think you had visitors as well, but of course the locals would be much more likely to be there.
Okay.
Got him. Shut the fuck down.
Okay.
So another thing that is a big, for a while was a big claim, but I think has now died out, was the claim that genetic genom analysis of samples has found the raccoon dog to be the source. This was again retrospective. This was hindsight bias. They looked
retrospective. Determining the genetic origins of a virus is done retrospective. What does he want him to do? Go back in time? How are you supposed to do a prospective analysis on the origins of a fucking virus? Can somebody explain? Where are my geneticists in chat? Do they even make DeLoreans anymore to make that possible? How are you supposed to do a prospective analysis on the origins of a virus?
First, this was again retrospective. This was hindsight bias. They looked for the raccoon dog and found positive samples, but in practice, the number of SARS-2 reads was very low. And when you compare it to all the other animals, raccoon dog is actually negatively correlated, right? So you can see here, depending on where you look, whatever the two types of correlations, you always see the raccoon dog is actually very low. And the high animals are humans and cow, sheep. This is probably just the kind of meat that was sold by people in the stalls. So when you look at the correlation, when you look unbiased at the data that is unbiased, you see that there's nothing that points to wildlife being the source. And a very important thing, even if somehow we would find an infected raccoon dog, and no wild animal was found positive in the market, even if we did, that doesn't mean that it's the source, right? It could very easily be infected by a human.
Oh no, he started laughing. Oh, he's broken. He's been broken. I would be broken. I would never agree to. I can't even do 10-minute openings because of shit like this.
Was found positive in the market. Even if we did, that doesn't mean that it's the source, right? It could very easily be infected by a human.
What does that even? Hold on.
No wild animal was. And a very important thing, even if somehow we would find an infected raccoon dog, and no wild animal was found positive in the market, even if we did, that doesn't mean that it's the source, right? It could very easily be infected by a human.
He has no understanding of the underlying, like the most. I don't even want to say genetics. I don't feel like I even have a right to say it. He doesn't have any understanding of underlying anything for this. He's actually he thinks that like, oh, that dog has the flu and you have the flu, therefore it's the same flu. Like he really doesn't think we have any ability to analyze, like any of the. There is no such thing as sequencing. There is no understanding of where a thing could have come from. The whole alpha, beta, all of that is meme science. Is it just astrology? How could he possibly? Dude, there's no shot that he does better on the second part. The second part has to be pure comedy.
Looking here.
At Destiny, you can use something called a molecular clock. If you have two viruses or organisms, you can determine when they diverge from each other by looking at how many mutations they differ by, and you assume you have a certain number of mutations per year or whatever. There's an oversimplification. This is how they figured out HIV. It came from Africa to Haiti to the US. Sure. I understand that you can do the thing to try to figure out because this guy brought it up in the first debate to estimate like how long ago the virus would have emerged for it to be at whatever point that based on a complication or an explanation was too beyond me. But I understood he was saying that you could use a genomic analysis to try to approximate the origin date of wherever the first infection was. But it's just funny to hear him say. And I'm guessing he's heard this in an epidemiological context, something like you can't do a retrospective studies are bad, right? That's like a very stupid night. Like a retrospective study is bad. You have to do another study but that's just like that's a really silly, dumb thing to say. I feel like when you're gene sequencing stuff, like in the past, I feel like there's a nonsense word that they use. And you know what? I'm right because this guy is crazy. So fuck you.
Looking here through environmental samples, again, no correlation in wildlife. Lineages. So that's an important thing. So the market is basically dominated by lineage B, which has 2 mutations away from bat compared to lineage A. That's not what you'd expect. You'd expect to see an ancestral strain with less mutations compared to the origin. This is a very complex issue. We will discuss next session. But in general, at this point, we do not agree that lineage A has been introduced later. We believe it was introduced earlier, and the market, the first infection in the market happened to be lineage B, and that was amplified. More things. So
I'm pretty sure they found both there. It was 3 of A and 1 of B, or 3 of B and 1 of A, according to what he sourced at least. But
as you've seen, there's been this attempt to show how cases pinpoint, like the average of cases is exactly at the market. which by itself is very suspicious because a city is not, people are not ants doing random walks. There's the flow of the city, there's the density. It's very weird that you would get the 1% probability contour falling exactly on the market. That smells a lot like p hacking.
But I don't even think that would count as p hacking. When looking at the spread of reported cases and the Weibo social media platform, we can see they are not centered around the Wuhan market, but instead correlate with population density. Well, of course, once you've been infected, you don't die immediately. Then you would expect them to see them pop off with population density. No, I don't feel like we're saying anything meaningful here. You do see most of the cases clustered on the north side of the river, although I guess there's some here, but. Okay.
But anyway, you have, of course, you all recall that the diagram. When you look at unbiased data, for example, these are Weibo cases. You see that they basically just match the population density. Okay, this little circle here is the center of population density in Wuhan, and you see it is much closer than the market.
Why wouldn't you use the same type of graph here? Like at least I don't know. Whatever.
By the way, in general, the market is very close to the population center, right? So a lot of things that seem like they concentrated the market are just due to population density.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go on. Again, something to note about how the studies look biased. Here, when they do all this pinpointing, they show the center of one population. But when they...
Wait, what is the difference between this and this? Unbiased cases are not centered on the market. What's the difference between these two? Why is it this one makes it look like centered on the city center and the other one makes it look basically random?
Again, something to note about how the studies look biased. Here, when they do all this pinpointing, they show the center of one population. But when they used this data, they didn't show the population center. So, in general, this looks like not.
I don't think this guy has any idea what he just said or what he's talking about. What?
Objective analysis.
Oh.
Just an anecdote. If you look at the Weibo early cases, then they center around WIV. Just to be clear, we don't claim this as evidence because we don't even expect WIV to be the center. If there's a lab leak, we expect it to be someplace that the lab worker frequents after work.
Wait, what? Wait. We think this is a coincidence. We don't really expect lab leak cases to center around a lab, but rather a location frequented by a lab worker. Why couldn't you apply the same thing here then? Wouldn't you expect the cases to be around the nearest population center, not the actual market?
The center, if there's a lab leak, would expect.
Also, what the fuck am I even looking at here? Why is it that here it shows that the cases are north of the river, right next to this lab, or I'm sorry, not lab, the seafood market, and then it says it's here near the market with the population density, but then here is this thing the river, or is it the river north? But here it's like south of the river? Am I understanding? What the fuck am I even looking at?
Just an anecdote. If you look at the Weibo early cases, then they center around WIV. Just to be clear, we don't claim this as evidence because we don't even expect WIV to be the center. If there's a lab leak, we expect it to be someplace that the lab worker frequents after work. But it just shows you how easy it is to manipulate data to show what you want.
Okay.
Another unbiased source is pneumonia deaths and all-cause mortality. What you see here is the red areas are when it is statistically significant. Okay, once you have a statistically significant increase in deaths, then that's marked in red. In general, it just looks pretty random. Pneumonia is on the west side, all-cause mortality.
Does it look random? Or it kind of looks a little clustered in the center to me, no? How is this random?
Mortality is on the east side. Nothing here that looks especially interesting to the market. Nothing here that looks especially interesting to the market. Same thing when you look at the seropositivity. So this is the market. What you see here is the seropositivity in April. Note that seropositivity in April is a pretty good indication because Wuhan went into lockdown on 23 January. Okay, so at this point on, you don't have any more spreading that is, so the spreading is local, within families, buildings, stuff like that. You don't have spreading outside the districts. So April seropositivity is a pretty good indication of what was going on early in the pandemic. And basically what you see here is that the more
The district of the Wannon Market actually showed lower seropositivity rates in April 2020 relative to neighboring districts, but they went into lockdown on January 23rd. So if they went into lockdown on January 23rd, and these are cases from April, wouldn't you just expect this to correlate with where like the high population density centers are or whatever? I don't know what seropositivity means, though. I'm not sure what that means. Positive COVID in blood? What does this number represent, though? Because here's cases per 100,000.
The higher the density, then the more seropositivity is. But actually, for the market, it's lower than the neighboring. Okay, so these three are high density districts, but the market district is actually lower than the neighbors.
Well, why are the cases per 100,000 high, but the seropositivity is low? What does that mean?
No positive animals. They also looked into a lot of suppliers of the market. So another thing we'll do here is we'll try to compare it to SARS, to two other outbreaks in the market. One is SARS outbreak, and the other is a Chinfadi outbreak, which is another SARS-2. So SARS-1, we had 9 out of 23 other animal vendors were positive for SARS-1. We don't have that for SARS-2. SARS-1, we have multiple locations outbreaks, also a restaurant that had wildlife. SARS-2, everything is traced back to Wuhan. Here you can see how SARS infections look over time. There's local infections that die out in many places until you get the big outbreak. So again, that's how zoonosis looks like, right? You have the animals all over the place every time infecting someone else.
Is that actually true? It doesn't feel intuitively right, but I don't know enough to.
And now we compare it to another market outbreak. So the next outbreak after lockdowns in China was Chinfadi market. So it was also a market, even though we know it's not zoonosis because the virus was traced to Europe. Okay, so we know it's a human brought it there. Both of these outbreaks lasted for a month, so it's a good comparison. So they give us a good reference point. So one thing is that if you look how many of the infected people were connected to the market, HSM pretty low, 33%, Chinfadi pretty high. Okay, so that's a good indication that the market is really the source. So when you have a much higher case count. Another thing is that if you look at how many of the direct exposure were actually vendors, you see similar numbers. So if it was wildlife, then you expect the vendors to be higher. We don't have that. We just see a normal distribution as we'd expect from just a person bringing the virus in, rather than an animal infecting multiple vendors. In terms of environmental samples, so as Peter mentioned, there was the issue of the drain samples, which was claimed to be more indicative of animals, happened in Chinfadi as well. And in general, the reason Chinfadi was this study hypothesized the reason Chinfadi was the next outbreak after lockdowns is due to the conditions in the market. So we'll be discussing a bit later, and we will see that markets are actually a very good place for this to start. Okay, so what I'll try to do now is I'll try to probabilistically estimate whether. So there's no contention that the market is the first cluster noticed. This is okay. This is a waste of time. This is the most random. This guy, he has hundreds of millions of dollars, I guess, because 100K doesn't mean anything to him, because he didn't even try to make this coherent or run this by any educated person whatsoever, I guess. Why does it, with the one that's ancestral actually being the later one? And that, so all this, three of these. And again, remember how in Chinfadi this is, and then we look at something like hubs, outdoor shopping. We're fine with saying that HSM was the only spread location. Okay, spread. So and it accounts for all the evidence against the wildlife, the lineages, the movement of a hypothesis showing that the infected animal to genetics.
Can you clarify what it is on the side you wanted changed?
We're supposed to have a line here for the market. So if we basically our conclusion was that the market is not the best explanation. Sorry, that an animal is not the best explanation for why the market is noticed. So if that's not the best explanation, then you're using the best explanation, the same best explanation both for the lab leak and for the zoonosis, right? In both cases, we're saying the reason the market was noticed first was for reasons not related to the animal, because of how it's built, how the population, mahjong hall, lineages, anything. So the evidence points to the market not being where patient zero was. So that is the case on both hypotheses. So since both hypotheses claim the same thing, there's no base factor, there's no update. Still, I think we did a 0.5 update here. I think I cut the spreadsheet too high, and this would be the new number.
Can you just tell me what the numbers that got cut off were? Or I guess you'll probably send us the written.
I will.
It's not important, but I'd like to know.
I have it in front of me. Yeah. So market. Yeah. So it's 0.5 for market and the low, and 1.1 for the others.
Okay, and that is after total WIV activity.
Yeah.
And is that accounted for and updated, or is that missing in the updated row? Is the 0.5?
So this is what we had before.
Okay.
So we were at 97, and now we're at 95 due to the market.
Okay.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. Sorry, excellent. We'll take another 7-minute break and then begin the rebuttals.
Maybe 10?
10 is okay?
Yeah, all right. Thank you for the presentation.
Holy shit. Good job, guys. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 7 videos left to go. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 13 more hours. Holy shit. Oh, and he had a ringer come in for the for the genetic part. Oh, that's why he had somebody else come in, because you could tell from the way that he was speaking about the other things, he had no clue. He had no idea what he was talking about. So he brought in somebody else to do this part of the debate. Oh. Okay. 3 days. We'll be done with this in 3 days, I believe. Maybe. We'll see how much I have to see the second part, okay? We got to see the second part. Jesus. Contact, number, exchange, insurance, arrival, college, market, position, almanac, a flight, dealings, team, gate, tan, destination, and interaction. Contact, exchange, interaction, dealings, some type of meeting, correspondence. Things about an airport, the arrival section, the gate, your flight, destination, some bullshit. Something stock bullshit. Number, position, market, insurance, maybe? Fuck. Market. Oh, they're not even. So 2 of these are related. Almanac, college. Number, team. Market, tan. Position and insurance. What the fuck? What does an almanac even have again? I don't even remember. An almanac. Is that for like sports winning things? Is that what they wanted in Back to the Future? Fuck. Insurance, number, almanac, market. College, tan, position, team. I have no fucking idea. Nope. I don't know. Fuck me. Pro athlete data. And farmers things. Farmers insurance, a farmer market, farmers tan, a farmer's almanac. I don't even know. Oh, okay. Fuck. There's more logistical memes. Oh, maybe I'll go over tomorrow though. I'm too tired. All right. Be careful. Love you guys. Don't die. Stay safe.